Oh my god, welcome back everybody to the super sexy seductive Valentine's Day stream of 2023. How you all doing? I'm doing great. Well, not really. I'm fine. I'm just fine. I'm not great. I'm fine. Yeah, things are fine. Oh boy, what do we talk about next? What do we talk about? What are we talking about? What are we doing? Well, that went by nice and quick. So let's have a look at our list. Did that? These were out of order. I should have done Shadow the Hedgehog, then Date Simulator Extreme, and then Romance Detective, but that's okay. A little bit out of order, but that's fine. Okay, let's move on to Katawa Shoujo. Hopefully this is alright. I've been told it might not be. So, yeah, let's do that. I'm not sure what this game is, but we're about to find out. I was told that this is a thing. Here we go, Katawa Shoujo. There it is. Alrighty, version 1.3.1. There we go. Hey, that's a nice intro. 4 Leaf Studios. Okay, what is this now? Oh, here we go. Careful for the H scenes. I don't know how to avoid H scenes. Options. Oh, disable adult content. Let's have that on. There we go. I'll keep full screen mode off. Skip unread text. Keep skipping after choices. No, that's alright. Test. Yeah, that's good sound. Keep gamepad key map. No, that's alright. Return, and we're good. Double check. Yep, disable adult content. Maybe we'll play the uncut version on another channel. And let's begin. I don't know anything about this game. I guess it was recommended to me by maybe nobody or someone else. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. It's good, but now in late winter it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathed into my cupped hands and rubbed them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Let's see how audio is. Might want to reduce it a tad. There we go. Just how long am I expected to wait here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 o'clock PM. Oh dear, might as well just kill myself. There we go, that works. Ah yes, the note slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches goes, I'm more of a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way it shows a bit of initiative. Who here's gotten notes in the locker? I got one once, only once. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. I got a note in the locker once, and it was from a girl that wasn't fugly. So that's nice. The snowflakes silently falling from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. Oh my god, who is it? Hi, Hisao, you came? A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. It better be a waifu. Come on. Yes! Thank God. Alright, everything's fine. Iwanako? I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it, I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result? Pathetic. Yes? I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense. I couldn't move a single muscle even if I tried. But does she have like a burnt face? Oh, what's going on? My heart is pounding now as if it were trying to burst from my chest and claim this girl for itself. That's a bit evil. Oh. You can't have her heart. Oh, so, here we are. Out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. Burnt face. Well, I'm not seeing her face, so I'm just expecting there to be something wrong with her. As it passes, she rights herself as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine as she lazily twirls her long dark hair around her finger. A few flakes of necrotic flesh fall off of her cheek. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. I want to see her face. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. You see, I wanted to know. Well, if you'd go out with me. I stand there motionless, save for my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Isao? I reach up to try and massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Isao? Oh, my whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. Oh, God! I had a heart attack. Isao! The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees. I've died. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. I mean, great story. I wish I didn't die. Her face is fine. Her face is fine. Okay, well, if her face is fine, that's good. Mine, maybe not so much. So, we brought you in here. You apparently have a heart condition. Good news is we can fix you up just fine. Bad news is, we got a bit of a patient mix-up. You see, we actually gave, we almost performed heart surgery on this other guy, and he was going in for a face transplant. So, you've got a new face. But it's fine. We can give you a new heart right now. It's all good. Oh, shit. Oh, suddenly the artwork is amazing. What is this game and where did it come from? I'm guessing you told me about it. Well, maybe not. Maybe I just found it on Itch.io, if it's even on Itch.io. I don't know. I don't remember. I just know it's been sitting in my library of stuff since... Let's see. Oh, no. It's been sitting in there since 2020 by the look of it. Huh. Or 2019? Maybe, yeah, 2019 or maybe even earlier. 2018? Ugh, it's possible. I forgot who made it, but I think I recommended it to you so many years ago. But now it's finally here. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. Stupid waifus being so sexy that they give me a heart attack. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised in one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition, it causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I had... hemorrhages? Okay, never mind. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards, but the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I'd gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on the snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. Oh, I guess it's because they're in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a routine estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my reactions are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he ruffles around the answers shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands, but I loved the stories. That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. I felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. Since it got made, it's got a pretty big cult following. Oh, okay. So it's a pretty huge game then. Okey-doke. Well, I'm glad I'm finally getting around to it now. But sometimes all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness. Through the barrier of nonchalance I'd set up for myself, the pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and then the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But what happened? But that happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Just fucking shoot yourself. It's done. It's over. Today the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been quite a few days since I last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. There's this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Isao. How are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. We have all your medication sorted out. Okay, I'm just going to call it already. This game is going to make me choose between my waifu and my heart. If I'm with my waifu for 10 seconds, my heart's going to explode. But if I stay away from her, I'll live. Which one do I pick? With all your medication sorted out, I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and look for myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? Oh? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in the sea of letters. Oh dear. Diltiazepam, felidopylamine, paroxetine. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraindications, the dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. All this for the rest of my life, every day? I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken to your parents, and we believe that it'd be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever my concern shows, it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount, however, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least not until we're sure your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It has a 24-hour nursing staff, and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. I'm going to be with Jimmy. And Timmy. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. Looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to the other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamn opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school, and Well, it's not the same one. A special school, that's an insult. That is what I want to say, it's a step down. It's not what you think. All the students are pretty active in their own sort of way. Gareth here doesn't have any legs, but he likes to just sort of slither around like a slug. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. There actually is one without legs. Oh my god. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. But what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny, I always thought my life was actually kind of boring, but now I miss it. Wait a minute, is this the game with the girl without arms and burnt face girl? I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now. Something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no. I don't say anything. The fact is that I know it's futile. I look around the room feeling very tired of all this. The hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that will make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something. Even if it's a special school, it's something. It's a fresh start and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try and see what my new life will look like. Alright, new waifus ahoy, hopefully. No. Oh, it's me. It's my heart's fucked, but that's alright. Act 1, Life Expectancy. What to expect from your new life. Take a pamphlet. There are disabled waifus all over the place. Some of them can't even fight back. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Oh, this music's great. It's happy time music. Yay, I'm not dead yet. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and grey plaster assembled into a hole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wonder if it looked like what a grate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Ah, can I use spacebar? I can. Moving forward feels good. So I walk towards this looks like an American school. So I walk towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. Doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have, more like a park with a clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Almost read that as corpses. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley, even though I was told that this is my new school. In the back of my head, it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Oh god, I just want to see a crippled waifu! Hurry up! Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kind of eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I can anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this weird feeling that I stepped into another dimension. Come on, crippled waifu, crippled waifu, crippled waifu, here we go. The trees hum with the wind and the green hues flashing all around me to catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again. How they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a calming colour. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realising why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous and with this realisation set in my head, I opened the front door. Oh god, it's all empty. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. Finally, another person. You must be Nikki Nakai. Huh. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake, and that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked for you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? Oh, I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure, I mean, is that normal? Can I save? I can, there we go. I should have saved the game first. Create new save state. Progress successfully saved. There we go. Show images. Oh, you can just see the image. There we go. Playtime, 15 minutes. Feels like it's been 10 years. Yeah, sure. I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be at the center of attention. There's quite a few routes. Oh, I'll just pick one, I think, unless the game's really short. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give you the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go, then. My heart is pounding in my chest and it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Muto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Ugh, get a grip. This is a big step, I know that. But there isn't any point in worrying so much about that. At least not this soon. I mean, let's just fucking chill for a bit. I think everything will be okay. Remember, I'm probably the most powerful person in this entire school. Oh my god, there are so many waifus. Let's pick out the weird ones. Who has no legs? Everyone has legs. I guess that's fine. We got a waifu with a grey eye. We've got one that's just sort of sitting there. Got another one. She looks like a special needs one, maybe. Oh, there's burnt face waifu, maybe. And there's sprained wrist waifu. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially, so I won't have to meet the curious gazes of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around in between the desks. An entire wall taken up by blackboards, and the high old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. Oh dear, the one in the front is missing a hand, not a sprained wrist. Oh, that's not her finger. Okay, no, that's in the background then. I thought that was her finger. Yay, she has no hands. That must be annoying. The students' desk, simple and efficient, yes. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. But then, why would they be here? They probably like me and have something wrong with them. They're probably like me and have something wrong with them. Only it's just not immediately obvious. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring. Oh dear. Oh no, they're all fucked. Oh my god, it's Peter Griffin in the background. He's having a sugar hypo. Look out, Peter Griffin. Oh dear, it's a little jarring. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking to you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. It's got to be careful not to accidentally say, Jesus Christ, you people are freaks. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's waifu without legs. I see that now. Oh dear. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair. It's pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands, as if it will make her invisible. There's also... Why is there like a giant waifu with pink hair here? What's wrong with you? Basically, that's what this game's turned into now. It's like, hey, what's wrong with you? Look, I've just got a heart condition. What's wrong with you, though? You've got a giant head. Is your brain fucked? What's wrong with you? Oh, dear. There is one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. There's Peter Griffin. I don't know why he's here. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? Oh, okay. She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. Okay. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery looking girl with the pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. But what's wrong with her? Oh no, some of them have like invisible conditions. What's wrong with her? What's your problem? What's your problem? What's wrong with you? Oh dear, I think the pink-haired one is just an interpreter for the one with the glasses. Oh, so she's fair game then. Please welcome my newest classmate. Because I don't want to be the guy that's taking advantage of crippled girls here. If she's just an interpreter, it's like, yeah, I can just nail her and it's all fine. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in to thanks for the applause I did not deserve. And I only got half an applause from one of you. Tisk tisk. Jesus Christ. A collective silence tells me I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hisao Nakai, and after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along well with everyone, even though I'm a new student. Wonder if there are any assholes. I'm here because I'm because I'm a sociopath. I've killed only 2 students this year. We're hoping to keep that down to the bare minimum. Oh dear. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. End up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Everyone seems to be satisfied, even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gotten worse. Yes, we're in, boys, we're in. I listen to the teacher, and he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do when you're missing a hand. The first row girl claps on this round with her one hand against her other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. Don't clap for me, waifu. Please, just don't do that. You stop that now. Oh dear. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good. Can you work with Hakamichi? She's the class representative. Oh, I wonder if any of the waifus are like, what's wrong with you? You seem fine. Is it psychological? No? One of your organs atrophied? Kind of. Then what's your problem? I've got a monster vagina. It has teeth and it feasts on human flesh. I beat Kota. Oh my god. Yeah, Kota's, he's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes when you're that early on in the game. Unless you're playing New Game Plus. That's good. You can work with Hakamichi. She's the class representative. She can explain everything you might want to know. And who else would be able to do that better, right? Okay. How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we'll be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to cast my helpless expression. Oh right, Hakamichi is right there. Suzune Hakamichi. There you are. Yes! All right. Best girl already. Just look at those hair thingies. I don't know what those hair springy things are, but I mean, you could fuck them. I'm just saying. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves. She does have gold eyes. That I didn't notice that. Waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. Ha 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 ha! What? I'm caught off by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi, Si-chan. Oh. Shi-chan. Oh, there she is. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence. But only barely. Wait, the class rep can't even talk? She has short yet carefully, neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses, balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. Oh, and I missed 2 holocrons. Oh, man. I have no idea where I missed them. I hardly got any of those green crystals either. It's nice to meet you. Eh? Oh. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, you'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you. I can see you're a little confused, right? Right? But I understand why you would think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. That's great. Can I borrow your interpreter for a bit? It's for science. Oh dear, I think you got a compressed screen. I did get a compressed screen. That's about it. I got every color, but just not every type of color. Unfortunately. Oh dear. I didn't get all. I don't think I got all the power crystals either. You're the new student here, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have been standing up there for no reason, right? Right. He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? We knew there was going to be a student, but we didn't know you would be here today so soon. Hichan, right? Yeah? Hichan? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I never liked that nickname. I don't really see how it fits. You look just like I imagined. Hey, at least she's quiet. I can dig that. Yeah, you look just like a Hichan. Wait, imagine a threesome with these two. Would she, like, interpret all of the words as well? Like, fuck yeah, no, don't stop, no, not there, there we go. It's oh, baby, etc. Yeah, you look just like a Hichan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Hakamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little overwhelmed. Sorry about that. Shi-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Can't I just ask you? Oh, God. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Why is there a question mark there? Familiarize yourself with it? Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Oh, she was having trouble with that word. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with school either. Oh god, how do I know if I'm talking to Misha or Shi-chan? I have no idea. Anyways, even if it's a trip to the convenience store... Really, Shi-chan? Learn about where you're going. I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to going along with it. Half-assedly, but anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends with a shrug. What was that? Seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. What are you saying? You look down, are you okay? These two are going to keep secrets from me. I don't think I want to hang out with them too much. Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, such as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. Alright. And another thing, you don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Okay. Okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune, that would be more appropriate. Yep, okay. Yep, Shizune is fine. There we go. Okay, that'll be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, and so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier, especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. She's getting grumpy. Stop being grumpy. Huh? Oh right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. I thought she wasn't Shi-chan anymore. The assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. That too. What's wrong with you? Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Oh god, I'm just praying for the bomb at this point. Is this maybe set before the Hiroshima situation? I just want to be nuked. I just want to die. Oh, I just want to go fucking be blown up. Help me. Still, we finish it a few minutes earlier than everyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish, not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. Oh, the clock tower bell rings, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Make sure you duck and cover. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. Oh, we're going to knock into someone, aren't we? It's going to happen. It always happens to these. We're going to bump into someone. We descended even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems so spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria! Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seem great until I realised that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. Wait a minute, what's this? Space Weevil? How nice, it almost feels like I'm back at the hospital eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to the table, sitting opposite of her. I'm going to talk to other waifus. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. What? I don't understand science, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite? Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask if there is something. I wonder. Oh god, I better fucking save. If I ask her about her deafness, she might murder me. Who knows? There we go. Let's be insensitive. Here we go. Ask about Shizune's deafness. Ask about the library. I think I got everything I need to know. Ah, fuck it. Ask them all of the things. Shizune intrigues me, and I kind of want to ask something about her. But I can't really ask about something that personal, can I? I selected it as the option, baby. Let's go. I can't come up with anything else to ask. I'll just focus on my food while the girls fucking pussied out. The game pussied out. I focus on my food while the girls talk between themselves. What a jip. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Oh no, it's girl talk. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff or something. They totally are. I quickly notice a conversation in sign that's not enough to fill a silence. What are you saying, waifus? We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. Hey, it's Burnt Face Girl. It's like Burnt Face Man, the superhero. Oh, he must be her favourite superhero. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over a desk in the last row. Don't look at me! She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if we were slowly turning into stone, just from our presence alone. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. Alright, I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students, and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. The one with the burnt face is the most popular in the fandom. I wonder why. I guess we'll find out. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time I spent in the hospital that made me like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Oh, I'm dying. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Beside me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hee-chan. We gotta hurry already since there's a lot of work for us to do. Damn, now they're bailing out on me. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Wait, the teacher said I have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We join the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out the other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually a part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside. like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool. How is that official? Angry face. Don't be silly, Hee-chan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Such a dummy. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in here too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks. Bye. Okay, thanks. Bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education. I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in hoping that this really will be only a quick visit, like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text "Head Nurse" and a nameplate. A voice from inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large. It smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin around under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there, what can I do for you today? He is young-looking, sort of rugged, but the dimples on his cheek wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question hundreds of times. Why, yes I am. It says so on the door, no? Oh my god, sexy saxophone, I love it. And a jar will blow itself up with a grenade. Oh, it's great. You can call me by my name or just the nurse like everyone else does. Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. Well, are you going to shake my hand? I know you're not like Yuri, who doesn't have a hand there. I have to remember that one. Of course, I shake off my confusion and shake his hand. His handshake is... Realizing I probably should grab his extended hand, his handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student, and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes lights up with revelation and he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai. Alright, well, I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good. Well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities here available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem. The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. This joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. Now, let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, dark grey laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly, 3 times a day, and from all the food groups. I only eat from the fat food group, and the sugar food group, and that's 7 times a day. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick line from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So you already have a medication for the arrhythmia, just remember to take your pills every morning and evening, or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports, rash stuff like that? I don't know, boxing? He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Ah, right, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. Oh, my lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really, I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There's no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. Let me just check. Oh wait, hang on. Here we go. I'm seeing it right here. Arrhythmia brought on by heart attack caused by waifu. Yeah, we get that a lot here. Waifu-induced heart attacks. It can happen. Not exactly. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe? There's a pool here. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before, you just need to take care not to overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really, I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good, that's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. Alright, I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school going towards the gate or the dorms. I want to be best friends with Peter Griffin. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? I should go somewhere too, to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I struggle towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There is a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh-cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. I had to look it up, and I don't think anything is mentioned about it. If anything is wrong with Misha. Yeah, no, she just seems hyperactive, but beyond that, just average anime girl, it's fine. Oh dear. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward, going inside. There's also graffiti on the walls for some reason. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Here we go. If you reverse it, it's 911. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevator at the ends of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. It seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seem to have a toilet and shower as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplate on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello, is anyone home? From inside I hear a few movements. Then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. Oh my god, a bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He's looking at me very intently through his extremely thick glasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. It's our Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization and he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight to my diaphragm. Oh, this guy. Oh, sup, dude? My name's Kenji. Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It's probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because there could have been some other people, too. You can't judge a book by its cover. His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hisao. Me? I don't think I could trust the chances. Turns out this kid isn't blind, he just has, like, super brain cancer, so he can, like, read minds and shit. Also 10 points off Gryffindor. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you're smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Better keep an eye out for that prick. Bleak, beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room. Impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A notice pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hichan, we've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mum and Dad. Fuck you, Mum and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have, but then there would be something to do. Still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps drowning until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and for the entire day today too, I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now... The bottles of medications neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside, and then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Let's see. Saonakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. Straight to the point. Doesn't really say that, but oh, it didn't say that. Okay, right. I would have loved it if it did. Doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. It's kind of twisted having a life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? It's no different with your life depending on like food and water and oxygen and shit. With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual, taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain. And after that, I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. Another unfamiliar ceiling. Yeah, good on you, Shinji. There you go. Oh, I'm dying. Now I'm dead. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I feel drifting further away from the world I knew. And I'm dead. Now I'm dead. Alright, there we go. Now I'm dead. Okay. Now I'm dead. Chapter 3. You are dead. What is going on? Huh? Oh, I'm alive. I wake up in a strange room. A strange man. Solid morning light shimmers against the light grey ceiling. I'd forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the 3rd room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me of that indeed. It's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bags on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. I wonder how long this game is. Holy shit. Hang on, I'm gonna look that up. Let's see. Katawa Shoujo. Let's have a look. Videos. The Legend of Dark Witch dating visual novel is real. It's a thing? There's a Legend of Dark Witch dating visual novel? I had no idea. What the fuck? I didn't know that was a real thing. Oh boy. Alright, don't know how long this game is. I've not seen a full playthrough of it. This video is over an hour long, but it's probably edited though. Oh well, never mind. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back up before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. Dark Witch visual novel what? I have no idea. First time hearing of it. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one. A natural one. Feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things too. So far this place seems more or less like a normal school. Except for the people. I'm surrounded by cripples. You're not like me. Hey, I'm not one of you. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. She totally wants me, man, I'm telling you. Well, I've only met 3 students so far, maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Seeing how she acted in 2 dating Shizu might be difficult. Yeah, dating her might be a bit of a problem. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Who's the real monster here? I think it's me. Oh, there we go. Bloody microphone just stopped for some reason. Alright, there we go. It's working now. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after class yesterday, so maybe there were clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. Maybe. Let's see. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decide to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. Hey! She can't say anything! What's that, Shizune? You want to go on a date with me? See, that was easy. That was fucking easy. Yeah, she crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly at Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfect and evenly flat. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? Oh, dear. Grumpy waifu. Ahaha, sorry. Sorry, Shi-chan. Is there anything you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, He-chan. My first thought is that it means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right, everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do around here. There are also school events like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. I don't know. Hichan, the truth is, it is a local event and I'm not from this area, so... She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Oh yeah, you sign hard, girl. You do that. I'm so fucking excited. Here we go. Huh? Oh. Who cares? What? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Yeah, fuck the festival, just eat some things. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Oh, finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though brushing it off without a care. Alright, we're in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right. He-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchanged between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It's Burnface Waifu. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? He-chan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or was Misha just looking at me, looking after the girl who left? Oh, no, nothing. Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. Do you want to have lunch together then? Sure, why not? Okay. Yay! Okay, Hee-chan, perfect. Oh god, what is happening to me? The rest of class passes uneventfully. The girl with long hair never came back. Before I have time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything. Meh. Okay. Yes, it is Hee-chan. Impossible. Really? Really? I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune? I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me. But it would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? Isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. Or you can just never talk to them again. There's an idea. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I've never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, Hee-chan? Very sure. You're wrong, Hee-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Alright. If you say so. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. She's class smart. Face. I'd argue more, but the bell rings and she quickly gets up and packs her bags, looking at me expectantly. I'd almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? That's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plain? Well, I guess. At my old school, I liked to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favour eating in the classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finished eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So Hee-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right. Right, Shee-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture, as if she's about to deliver a speech. Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in? I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Shee-chan? Right, but it seems like they all have the members that... What? It seems like they have all the members they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan. It's a really popular club. Oh, okay. But more to the point, Hee-chan, does this mean you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great, that's great, Hee-chan. Really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, Hee-chan and the other clubs, other than clubs in the upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Oh, is this going to get spicy? Student council! I see, I didn't know this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it and Misha is laughing. Oh. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Huh? Right. Hichan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Why? Yeah. Well, for one, we could hang out every day, Hichan. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president. Ooh, President Waifu. I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Yep. Of course, we're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council and therefore have an incentive to try and get you to... So you're admitting that? No, we admit nothing. I mean, Hichan, of course, it would be nice if you joined and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one's school. Yep, it's true, Hichan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school? Yes? Are you fucking serious? Of course. Yes.
Sweet can. Oh.
Oh my god. It's true. Oh my god. Alright, well... I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they're really pretty cute to begin with. Well... ... So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hichan. Yay! Let's triple kiss. Come on. What? No. Oh, see, Shi-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right. I mean, look, if I wanted to date Shi-chan, she would have to come along. So this is how it works. It's a package deal, friends. It's a package deal. That's right. It'd be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now. You are betting on it? My life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes. I don't know if I'd call that aggressive, but okay. It's still kind of worrying, but yeah. That's interesting, Hichan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man, Hichan? If you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Oh, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, that isn't my goal, but what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I'll have to decline. Hey, Chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us? And that we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell when Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. Fuck's sake. No! Fuck you. I hate you. I hate you both. I want to be with Burnt Face Girl. Come on. Fucking hell. I can't stand you.
Thank you!
Thank you. Oh dear. Come to think of it, that seems a bit quiet. Is game... Oh shit. No, that's fine. Yeah, that's a max. That's good.
Thank you!
There we go. I think game might be a bit loud then. There we go, I didn't realise that. Doesn't seem too loud though. No! How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? No, they're trying to kill me. Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle and then you try and shoot it past goalposts and the other player makes with their fingers. Oh, I can cheat. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hichan. Not if you're going against a girl with only one hand. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children, Shi-chan. Huh. Well, that means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. Well, the boys from slightly older boys. Anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hichan? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me to the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. Also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Here we go. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay, Hichan, how about Risk? The game of world domination. I don't know what that is. Oh, what a fucking loser. Play Risk with waifus. It's really fun, Hichan. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything. Sounds like Shizune would be good at it. If you want to play, we can after school. Really, Shi-chan? We can play just for fun, Hichan? Shi-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached. Oh, there are no strings attached. Okay. Okay. Perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hichan. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game. We're going to trick you. I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end, I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete, just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. Oh god. Oh, burnt face girl. It's almost like a jump scare now. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. Oh, burnt face waifu. She is the greatest waifu in the classroom, even with her third-degree burns. She's still pretty sexy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I'd been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. What's wrong, Hichan? Oh dear, that's right. We were just going to play some game of Risk, remember? I don't know, Misha. This all seems a little sinister to me. I start thinking that when we sit down and play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Oh my god! Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. These sneaky waifus are planning something. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. Well, that's it. This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. Oh dear. Josuke's better than sniffing farts. Yeah, slightly better, I think. Only slightly, though. How you doing, Lemonstead? How have you been? Welcome to this Valentine's Day stream. Welcome to Cripple Waifu School. Cripple Waifu School. It's a place. Oh, dear. What? That's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, Shi-chan says that when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Is it Valentine's? It certainly is. Let me just check the date. I mean, we're not going to quit the stream anyway, but still, let's see. Valentine's Day 2023 is on Tuesday, the 14th of February 2023, which for me is tomorrow. But, you know, I stream on Mondays, so... Yep, definitely got the right day. Oh dear. And we've done sexy games all day. Have you heard of Only Cans? Only Cans is, it's a game. We also did like a Lum Invader game. Yeah, Australia Date. Yeah, exactly. The actual translation of the name of the game is Cripple Girls. Wait, it is? Katawa Shoujo. It translates into Cripple Waifus. That's right, it's still 12. 2nd of the 12th, 2023. Oh, 12th of the 2nd. Sorry, I read that the wrong way. Yeah, it's Sunday for most people. Oh, dear. This is a game about crippled waifus. The one on the right is deaf, and the one on the left is the interpreter. So, in other words, they're a package deal. But there's also Burnt Face Girl. I don't know. Burnt Face Girl is pretty hot. Can I just want to touch your burnt face. Oh, it's so bumpy and gross. Oh, he's so cute. Oh dear, 931. That's a number. Oh dear, don't know what it refers to though. Oh dear. Superhuman bursts of speed, you say. Life is threatened. Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that, I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune. You gotta do the special stream and do Super Seducer 3. You got it. Yeah, I'll probably do that on Thursday. I will literally get a fucking hard on. Yeah, I mean, I do that on D Live now. You know, it's one of those things where you can't really stream it anywhere, unfortunately. But D Live seems to be okay with it. D Live seems to be okay with the things. I'll wear a suit for it. Yay, a suit and a tie. What I wore to my graduation, tracksuit pants. What I wore to Joe's playing Super Seducer 3, a tuxedo. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that. I know you heard me. Damn you. Oh. Yeah, hang on. Let's see if I can get that D Live channel going. Let's see. D Live. I'll also announce it on the thing.
Be sure to follow Gib Gaming on other social media platforms.
Oh yeah, actually the Discord actually has the channel, I think. Maybe. Places of Worship. Let's see. Gib Gaming After Hours. Oh, I didn't update it. I didn't put my D Live in there. Oh my god. You gotta put your D Live in everywhere. You gotta do it. There we go. I'll try and see what I can do. Where's my D Live? D Live. Not Joe's guy. What about the other one? Oh god. Which account? Hang on. I don't even remember what the account is now. Oh boy, how many searches do we have? Hang on, history. Show all history. I gotta add it. I gotta update that. D Live. There's no more music. That's right, I'll just play some while we wait. I could use a break anyway. There we go. Let's see if I can find it. I'll find it eventually. I should have followed my own channel. I should have done that. Ooh, don't know where it is. Okay. Oh wait, Gib After Hours D Live. I found it. There we go. That took a while. Here we go. Super Seducers Boggers. Let's see. I am 18 plus. I am. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I'll probably stream some Super Seducer 3 and also Honey Pop there on that channel since it's allowed. Can't even do it on YouTube, which is unfortunate. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. So, mark your calendars for that one. Oh, I'm going to get back to the game, though. There we go. Super Seducer is Poggers. I know. It's kind of fantastic. Oh, dear. Uncensored this as well there. Yeah, that's the thing. I might do some, like, saves and see if I can, like, go to the... Like, load up a save, but with the uncensored mode off. Like, that would be good. Like, this is the censored mode, obviously, but still. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it's quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a small desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side as well. Extras, perhaps? Oh, I just want to fuck a waifu without legs. Come on, this game's too long. Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer, just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old-school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could at least put a potted plant in here or something, but the most noticeable thing is that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early? No. What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today? No, it's just no. You're at Kasdan? Oh yeah, that's oh boy, takes a bit of time, doesn't it? That level's a lengthy one. I'll photo it. What photo? What? I'll wear a suit for real. I'll photo it. Oh my god, photograph with suits on. It's great. Okay, yeah, that's right. Before I managed to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. It's the most animated she's been in a while. He-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Okay. Do you want me to? Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. I'm playing Risk with waifus. Since when does this ever happen? I've never played Risk with a girl before, and I really want to. But girls are dumb and they don't play Risk unless they're in fucking anime games. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Just bam! It fucking bursts into flames and everything. And I didn't bug through the floor. That's always good. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for a liking, running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares that the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Kapow! Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to do this. Yeah, it's time! Here we go! I threw junk yogurt around him. That's always good. Oh dear. Fuck you indeed. Here we go. I'm so ready. Let's do this. Let's zip it and go.
Zip it.
Here we go. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off to me. I start feeling competitive. Here we go. I'm ready. Let's fucking go. Do I have that? Do I have let's fucking go? I think I have let's fucking go. I do!
Let's fucking go!
Yeah! Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Why are we spending so much time with them? I want to be with Burnt Face Girl. This sucks. Ah, well. That's fine. She-chan wants you to know that you're taking too long to make a move. Fuck you, grumpy waifu, I hate you. She-chan also says that she'll let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I can take it or leave it, honestly. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. No! Abandon Australia, it's not worth it. And anyway, no. Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. You're so competitive, Shizune. I hate you. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous, but hey. Magnanimous. She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index finger against her temples as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Yeah, sign harder, girl. Sign harder, baby. Oh, God. But I don't understand sign language, so Misha will have to join in. They're a package deal, you see. Oh, dear. Super seducers, poggers. Rule 34, all the porn, all the time. Oh, does this game have Rule 34? Fuck it, I'm just going to have a peek. I won't make this an official one, but I'm just going to have a peek. I'm just going to type the game in, it's fine. Let's see. Oh, is this the one? I'm just going to type Misha's name in. Nope. Nope. Also nope. Maybe? Has pink hair, but no, they're not curly, so alright. I'll just type the game's title in then. Here we go. Katawa. Oh, 550 pictures, let's go! Let's fucking go! Yay! Oh my goodness, yes! All of this, all the time. Waifu without arms. There's Burnt Face Girl. I feel like we haven't met hardly any of the characters in this game. Yay, girl without arms playing the air drums. I remember that image from a million years ago. Okay. Well, I'll keep that for later. Please slow down, Shi-chan. He-chan. Shi-chan says you're going to lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Okay. Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief. ... She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. Save that fucking game, we've got an option. There we go, new save state. Progress successfully saved. And is that me? I don't know. Hang on, save. Just want to see. Yeah, we've got some chapter names. Other than that, no real indication of anything just yet. Okay, how long have I been playing now? An hour and 8 minutes. That sounds about right. She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. It's a trap. It's smarter to play defensive here. She has a point. Attack aggressively. It's a trap. There we go. It's likely that she's trying to psych me out. Looking at the board again, I have a pretty good defense set up, and I'm not going to wreck it doing something reckless. A few turns later, I lose the game anyway. Fuck you! Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. But little did she know I control time and space itself. Fuck you. There we go. Okay. Attack aggressively. She's either really mocking me or trying to trick me. I have nothing else to lose, though, so I might as well try something different. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. Shizune seems to focus on conquering whole nations, so maybe I can sacrifice my hold on continents to gain more small countries. It's worth a shot. A few turns later, I end up losing the game anyway. Fuck you! Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and pumps her fist again. Fuck you! Oh, God. I win, yay! There's no need to translate that, it was pretty fucking clear. I hate you, Misha. Don't look so sad, He-chan, you were really giving it your best, that's what I thought. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. You did very well for someone who just learned how to play today. ... He-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time, that's a very daring move. She-chan is impressed. Your testiness has aroused the deaf waifu. Ooh. You know what? I like a girl that doesn't say anything. You know what I mean? I miss two holocrons. The mark of great people is that they are daring and that they can follow through. You're already halfway there. Isn't that great, He-chan? See, the best thing about a deaf waifu is she can sign at you all day long, but you can just ignore her. Can't ignore her if she's yelling at you all day. That isn't enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There's no point in potential if you don't take the first step, and there's no point to that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. You're right, She-chan, but that's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful, and more like the serious person I expected her to be from the start. I can't hear you. You can lean in all you want, I can't fucking hear you. You can't talk. Stop leaning in. I can't hear you. He-chan, would you like to join the student council? She really doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my second day of school, so I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. I haven't even taken a look at the other clubs yet. But spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. I still need more time to think about it before I decide for sure. Maybe I'll get back to you on it. No. Okay, He-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. No, really? Really? He-chan, if you're going to say that, you're saying that it is definitely the truth and there can't be any mistaking it. I know. I guess I should have my revenge for losing at the very least. Shizune smiles at the very mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife on the wound of my loss. Fuck you, waifu. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Time flies when you're getting your ass kicked. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, She-chan. Oh dear. What is happening? Yes, it's a smiley face. Oh dear. Colon 3. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No thanks, it's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh boy. Why is the picture changing every time? It's now sad, thinking child. One flight of stairs up and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain, like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there's a plethora of other unmarked rooms. I'm gonna get some cranberry juice. BYB. Oh wait, is this... What's this? What is game? Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallways? So much for you can't miss it. Fuck you, Misha. I hate you. Next time I see you, there's gonna be a school shooting. Oh god. Next time I see you, Misha, in a pool of your own blood. I bet on the ladder and chose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so I can see it's open and nothing else. Oh, please be the changing room. Fuck it, headphones. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. Oh, find a waifu changing. Here we go. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm, ready to pull back in a moment's notice. If I see Pantsu, I'm going. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind so much that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. I mean, that's just a horror movie door right there. I mean, that sound effect is not right. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep. That was much easier to open than I'd anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head even further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek "hello" on my lips is quickly snatched away. Oh dear. Oh. Hey, it's a new waifu. Is she dead? Is she dead? Hello? This is not what I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. Ooh, Lily. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently, having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Oh, she's blind. She can't see shit. Hello there, may I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she is being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, oh my god, she's a fucking tall girl. Snoo, but even among the foreigners I've met, she is strikingly distinct. Hi, sorry for intruding, I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Take a seat, child. I am an angel. Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That and the slight cloudiness to her eyes means that she must be at least partially blind like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese? Yeah. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely uncomfortable. Or is that entirely comfortable? I missed that. Good thing we got a message history. Here we go. The calming atmosphere is so very different. Oh, hang on. Entirely comfortable. Yes, it's not uncomfortable at all. You can't be uncomfortable with a waifu like this in the same room. Come on now. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamaku. Yeah, I just transferred yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by a restrained bow of greeting. One which I hastened to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you. Oh my god, best girl has entered the room. She's blind, so she can't see what I look like. She has to accept me as a wonderful person. Isao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. Why not? As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives kind of a nod, taking the request in stride. Cool. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there. Her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. Seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty finger to measure the right amount of water in the cup. Is it snowing outside? I think they used the wrong picture here. It shouldn't be snowing outside, should it? It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problems working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offer of preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library. Shizune and, some classmates told me it was on this floor. Don't mention other girls in front of the hot girl. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, in the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take... Oh my god, this is me! Is that me? Is that me? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen me. Well, actually, second time. I was in the snow at the beginning. As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Hey, blind girl, get me some fucking coffee. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'd be nice to I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Sato. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please, there's no need to be too formal. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. Ooh, a girl of good breeding. I should breed with her. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me, I guess? I don't know. So which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct, I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. So if you're blind, I can just kind of wave my hand in front of you and you can't see it. I see. Sorry. I see. I mean, fuck, don't mention sight. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Oh, she's perfect. Take her. Sure. Sorry, I guess I'm really showing my newness here. I mean, if she has a boyfriend, you can just pretend to be her boyfriend, and it'll be too late by the time she notices. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship for this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at, rather. I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave me enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizume, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizume's blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed, calm, almost aloof. I like aloof waifus, I want one. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kind of clubs are there to join? The more popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunchtimes. The baseball club. Does Armless Girl... oh, please tell me Armless Girl is in the baseball club. Against all reason, please tell me. How do you play baseball then? With my teeth! And the book club is in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good. That's a relief. I've really let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. Oh, I'm locking in Lily. She's pretty great. She's blonde and she's tall. Like, what? Just imagine where her fucking legs are going. They just go right down to the fucking cellar floor. Oh, stuff like this is why I like Toph from The Last Airbender. Blind but uses it to make jokes and mess with her friends. Yeah, I like Toph. The armless girl is an artist and the legless one is on the track team. Oh, that's why the Rule 34 had her with a brush. Don't ask questions about the brush. God, this music's loud. There we go. As I look over the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room as a distinct orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still, even though I could look at her forever. Huh, time's gone quickly. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course, she can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess you must have lost track of time. Sorry, Hisao, I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly moved to allay her concern. Oh no, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case. Wait, we did ask Shizune and she didn't fucking know. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you where the library is? I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it alright. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's alright. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, that'd be great. Thanks. Yeah, here we go. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight retractable cane that's been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Oh, now I just want to... I've never had a blind girl before. I want a blind girl now. She'll be less judgmental. I want a blind girl now. Okay, I'm all in for blind girl. Lily is best girl. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway. If she has a good sense of humor, we can play tricks on her because she's blind and stuff. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives the appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. You are switching so much. I am not. I'm not. I was waiting for someone to replace the other two. I was waiting. Of course I wasn't in for Burnt Face Girl, because we haven't even met her yet. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old-world air. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you here? Oh god, is Yuko hot? Let's see. Let's find out what happens. She says it to thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Oh. Yay. Kinda hot, yeah? The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi, Lily, how can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual as she's rubbing the black from her head. Oh, the back of her head, never mind. I hit my head so hard that I've got necrotic flesh now. Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing, I just hit my head. I see, I dropped an eraser under my desk and... while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came to surprise me. Are you alright? Sorry, I couldn't know. It's okay, sorry for making you worry. This is nothing, I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. Misha, Burn Girl, I know her name, but you don't. And Lily. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and very troubled look. She seems to fit a library perfectly. Why did she remind me? She kind of reminds me of Abigail. Why is she like Abigail? I don't know. Maybe it's the glasses and the freckles. Oh, Lily, did you get my message? Message? Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived. Oh, coolio. Right, they finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but... Amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she noticed me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Why can't I date crippled girls in Hogwarts? That'd be more interesting, because, like, oh, I lost my eyes to a Polyjuice potion accident. It didn't work as a Polyjuice potion, it just burnt my eyes. Oh no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. Are you on the spectrum, waifu? Are you? Is that your disability? You got some brain problems, waifu? What's your problem? That's what happens every time I meet a new character. Say, what's your problem? He's with me, Yuko. This is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Nice to meet you. What's your problem? Pleased to meet you. Hisao? Right, Hisao. Pleased to meet you too, Hisao. I lost my arm because some crazy rabbit girl in Slytherin shot it off. Yes, exactly. I lost my face because I lost my face to a what are they called again? A mimic? No, that's what they're called in Dark Souls. I tried the ridiculous spell, but it didn't work. It just chopped my face off. Oh, pleased to meet you too, Isao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Isao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. Nah. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. Too bad, you're the librarian. Do your work. How it's any responsibility at all, I don't get, but her objection is so sincere. I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. She just fucking starts pulling her intestines out. Please, just stop this! But, so there are a lot of books in Braille here. I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. Seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or a fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense given all the blind students that'll be here. Oh, see, if I was dating Lily, I would just like, okay, pop your headphones on and yeah, I'll put in the audio book, and it's just that cassette tape that Bobby Hill was listening to was just fart sounds. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's just toilet sounds. Why would you do that? Maybe I shouldn't date a blind girl. I would troll her far too often, I think. Given all the blind students, that'd be here, so yeah. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. Speaking of adequately endowed, Jesus Christ. I spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome, and they weigh so much. I wish I could quit this job. Then quit, you fucking useless waifu. Just quit. You're gonna quit on me? Unless said blind girl is like Toph and then she just troll you just as much. That's true. That's true. A very awkward silence follows the revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me. Just stop talking to me. Just go away. Oh dear, very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's alright with you. There we go. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. That's definitely a stock footage library if ever I've seen one. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I study the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily and snuck with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of the several beanbags. Hey, it's Burnface Girl. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. I mean, she is pretty hot. I don't know. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it, but she's just hiding. From the way she's acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely toward the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself, as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. Oh, this is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see part of her face, at least a third, if not half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I'm shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. Oh my god, save the game. We're going to talk to possibly Best Girl. Don't know. I guess we're going to find out. I don't know yet. Okay. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for. Hi, I'm new here. We're in the same class. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. We'll go with that. Hi, I'm new here. Is Saya Nakai? We're in the same class? I just transferred here the other day. Maybe you don't remember? Oh no, we've broken her. I did a self-introduction too. The girl still doesn't say a word, but simply stares at me, wide-eyed. I'm still getting used to the place, so I'm trying to meet as many people as I can. Are you deaf as well? So, what's your name? Hanako. Oh, it's Hanako. Her speech is stuttering and so quiet that it is barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako, eh? So, what you reading? She gently tips the book backwards so that I can read the title at the same time hiding her face behind it. She must have noticed me staring before. Life of Pi? I've never heard of it before. What's it about? A boy? A tiger? A boat? Oh dear. Of course, some scenes are stock. It was a small team that made this. Well, a stock library, but it's a good one. On a boat. I can see this is taking some time. Sounds interesting. Is it any good? She nods from behind the book, but stays silent. She looks kind of tense, a bit like Yuko earlier, but in a different way. More like petrified with terror, I'd say. So the mist... Oh my god, look at her go. Oh my god, look at her jiggle. Look at her. She's so worried. So the mystery delinquent girl turned out to be anything but. And she's quivering in a way that makes me look like she's mortally afraid of me. She looks like she's on a Star Trek ship in the middle of a battle. Look at her shimmy. Oh no, don't shiver too much, waifu. The only way out of this, as far as I can tell, is to try and get a normal conversation going. Is it a library book? I'm looking for new ones to read, but there's just so many. No, it's mine. Oh, so do you come here often? Yeah. A huge blush spreads across Hanako's face. Well, one side of it anyway. And her eyes widen far larger than I thought it was possible for eyes to do. Well, she is an anime girl, so naturally the eyes can be the size of fucking planets. Uh-oh. Did she interpret my lame attempt at small talk as a feeble attempt to pick her up? I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I've got to go do something. I've got to go do something. Bye. And she's gone. Jesus, she ran out of there so quick. Fucking hell. Oh, Jesus. That was great. The speed's a lot on that one.
The speed is a lot, mate.
The speed is a lot, mate. Holy shit. Oh, dear. I love it. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. Oh dear, by the time I reach the counter she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happy chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you notice a girl run past here? Maybe? What did she look like? Long dark hair, kind of shy. She had, well, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yes, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I'd better try and find her. Oh god, what's happening? She says, sure, just hold on to these until you... I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right. I'll see you later then. So I'm guessing her face was burnt by someone who tried to rape her? I don't know, I'm just making some guesses. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Just get me out of this place. I want to go back to regular school again. I don't care if I die. At least I get to see my normal girlfriend again. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing, I just talked to her. Tried to get to know her, didn't even manage to get started. Yuko sighs and looks awfully bothered, even more so than she did before. I guess you weren't wrong so much as tactless? Tactless? That girl is a bit of a special case. It's like she never really talks to anyone. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder... It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. Perhaps I was being a little tactless after all. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Hi, waifu. I'm totally not noticing your burnt face right now. How you going? Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. Oh dear. I went to see the subreddit, and the first thing I see is everyone with Misha's hair. Oh dear. What is this? Everyone has Misha's hair. Everyone. Everyone in the universe has Misha's hair. Even male characters. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Oh, except you. You don't have it. You don't have it. She's an A. She doesn't have it, but everyone else does. Everyone knows same hair. Blade Runner has hair. Burnt Face Girl has hair. Armless Girl has hair. Blind Girl has hair. We have to meet 2 more girls at least, so there's something to look forward to. There's always something to look forward to in this place. Any lollies? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go away. Oh dear. I'm just joking. Of course there aren't any. And if there are, then I'm not going anywhere near them. She wants to say something to that, but she resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. Makes me smile and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. Papers. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing soon, but I have to do it. Hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh, yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because... I'll just go get them. Stupid burnt-faced waifu. Ruining my life. I fetched the stack of books from... I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly. At least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else, and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Maybe. Alright, holding library books with one arm, I trawl my pocket for the key to the door. Oh, a sudden sound from behind me startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying, or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around to see who's talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting in his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me! This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Oh god. I'm not doing anything over here. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before, yesterday. I don't think so. I'd remember someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before. You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with uncomprehending fear. How did you know my name? Damn, this can only mean one of two things. Either we have met, and you're telling the truth, or I just can't remember it. Or are you a spy? He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger to my face damningly. Unlike you! Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass this as sour because I'm legally blind, you're sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim, maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. God damn it, Harry Potter. Stay there! Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did. Oh wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards just in case. What's up, man? You don't look too good. I think... something wrong? I don't know, just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually. Even if it discount... Oh, I read that. Oh, I skipped past it, you stupid idiot. Even if you discount this one. I wouldn't discount this one, actually. This is very stupid. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. It's definitely them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. You see? This is how it is. This world, there is no justice, you see. Even when I lose, I win because I don't lose the lesson. What the fuck are you talking about? What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She just ran away from me like Sonic. It was my fault, really, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. A girl. A cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face... the face. Nice body, though. I guess it could go either way. She was cute. She wasn't cute. Oh my god, save the game. Oh my god, save the game. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. What did she get? She was cute. She was fine. I'd give her one. Why not? Yeah, cute, I guess. I knew it! There are a lot of cute girls here, a strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. They're all disabled, but they're all so fucking sexy. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets? Yes! Dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in the school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. I know, isn't it great? He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no. What I am about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? Are you ready? I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I am not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Well, Shizune is playing Risk. She is playing Risk on regular occasions. I think you're onto something, Kenji. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the minority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the building up of military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of the political value. The perfect target. They are so cunning, as expected of women. Soon the day will come when Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That is why you can't trust them. They'll string you along and then kill you. Just as they killed me. You'll end up just like me. Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Hey, what the hell does that mean? Hey, you said it, not me. It's the best I can think of. So you're not supposed to say something like... So? You're not supposed to say something like that? Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh, yes. Vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it. Stop. You lost your way... I lost you way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration. This is stupid. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets? I mean, I do, but what do you do with the puppets? What do you do with the puppets, Kenji? No puppets. You don't like puppets? Okay. Graphs are still cool though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I hadn't pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear I was wrong. Oh my god. But he might be onto something. I don't trust any of these waifus. I don't. This is all part of some like weird organ harvesting thing. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? That can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. It would invalidate the whole last part, and that part is kind of important. There can only be one, like, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm too busy thinking about, thinking of blind girl's tits already. Just to get on with this, I want to see Lily again. There can only be one, like in that foreign movie where there could only be one, and in the end, there's only one dude left because that was the point. I've never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. What is this movie? Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds as tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. I'm gonna go to bed now. It's extremely late. That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later. He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. Oh, cool. He might be onto something. He's like a ghost dude. I would trust a ghost over a real person. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. This school's like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. One would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. The place is really more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. Better take my pills, it's night time. Chapter 4? 3? I don't know. All I know is this game is long. I feel very tired this morning. Probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I decide to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do, so this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. Oh, it's you two again. I forgot you existed. I turn my head and see Shizune and Misha looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape. I will fight against you." Oh my god. I'm not having this. Not joining council. Want to be with blind girl instead. Hey Chan, it looks like we're together again. Yay, yay. Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What is the school's regulations on sexual harassment? I could get out of this situation by just upskirting them and then just running. Just, whoa, upskirt, off I go. What's wrong, He-chan? ... Oh, He-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, He-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us early, right? Okay. What are you scheming now? I'm so happy you two were able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at this stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only two problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. Oh my god, while I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problem, so it looks like she's working alone. Oh god, I want to talk to her. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who? He-chan? Oh, her. Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, He-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, He-chan. Why not? She-chan wouldn't get along with her. Oh my god. Did she burn her face off? What's going on? Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, He-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation and makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she's been saying this whole time. Oh no, grumpy face. What? She-chan? Oh, the friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, He-chan. It's fine if you overhear. Oh no, I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time so there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? Anyway, we should start on the problems now, He-chan. Oh no. No one's her friend. I want to be with Burn Face Girl because everyone hates her. We finished with time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favourite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have any time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe they seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes in the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. Ones with actual box lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. Oh dear. Alright. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who can see her, almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? Oh, I just want to talk to her. I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone? What to do? Oh my god, wait for them to come back. What the fuck am I doing here? Save. I have to make decisions again. I hate my life. I hate thinking. Alright, what to do? Wait for Shizune and Misha to come to a decision? Read my book. Fuck it, just read my book. I do what I always do when I don't know what to do. Like now. I've already started on one of the books I borrowed yesterday, and I took it with me. And took it with me to school to fill the empty moments between classes. I find the page that I creased a corner of to mark the spot I left yesterday night and pick up from there. You're not supposed to do that with a library book, you fucking knobhead. Misha and Shizune are still arguing heatedly, probably about restaurants still. If I join them, I'd just get caught up in that or worse. Get grilled about joining the student council. Oh, they're arguing about Burnt-Face Girl, I know it. Misha isn't speaking aloud since there is nobody who'd need to hear what they are talking about. But why does she tend to sign things even when Shizune doesn't need to understand what's being said, or even more strangely when Shizune is not around at all? What an odd conflict of habits. I find it hard to focus on the book, and besides, the lunch break beckons me to leave the dullness of the classroom. I do so heading down for the cafeteria. Misha and Shizune, having come to a conclusion of one kind or another, follow in my wake, though still talking in their animated fashion. So rude. Talk to me in words, please. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runaway train. Ouch! Oh, thank God it wasn't a heart attack. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. What did I tell you? Someone was going to run into me. It happened. It's Emmy. I see a pair of saucer-like... Oh, green eyes. I thought they were going to talk about her tits. Yay, Blade Runner. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Ooh. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some kind of metallic or plastic-like material. Still fuck it, why not? They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Oh man. Hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking anywhere. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. Twin Tails girl. She looks really apologetic, in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. Oh, she's so cute. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ouch. Oh, I'm dying. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, most of all, don't get hit in the chest. Oh, you killed me, stupid waifu! Uh-oh, I tried to run my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. Just don't say anything. Oh. Uh-oh. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize that I probably looked worse off than I really was. I doubled over myself and looking all tense. I'm all doubled over in pain. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time and take a deep breath. She just kind of knocked the wind out of me, big time, but it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay. I said I was fine and nothing's broken, no harm done. That's good. I feel a hand on my shoulder at the same time the girl's eyes widen in horror and... Eep! Wait, why is the dialogue going? It went on its own, fuck you. Text history. I feel a hand on my shoulder at the same time the girl's eyes widen in horror and whatever she was saying gets interrupted by a very horrified Eep! Eep! What is it? I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, sighing furiously at her. Or signing, of course. Miss Ibarazaki, I saw that. Running in the halls is strictly forbidden. Misha translates right on Shizune's tail, but her voice is girlishly playful, not full of the divine fury Shizune's arm movements would seem to call for. Sorry, I was just going to get some stuff, and I was in kind of a hurry. No excuse. You've been told this 1,000 times before. Your reckless behavior endangers other students, and even worse, it's explicitly against the school regulations. You can endanger lives here, but even worse than that, it's against the rules. Don't break the rules. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute, I find myself smiling. I know that. I was just... Make sure that this will not happen again, although I'm sure telling you this is futile, and only causes me further headache when you choose to ignore the regulations. Got that, Emmy? The small girl sticks her tongue out in response. Ah! I gotta go! Teacher'll have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, I gotta change and everything. Bye-bye. And she's gone. Before Misha and Shizune or I can say anything, she's already bolted from where she was a second ago, almost halfway across the stairwell. Oh, I miss waifu Oka-san already. Oh well. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Are you okay, Hichan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble to others. You know, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hichan. Never mind, never mind. I like how her running noise is different. The detail, yeah, she goes tap, tap, tap. Never mind, never mind. Yeah, anyway, I'm okay. Just got the wind knocked out of me. That's great, Hichan. I wouldn't call that great, but I'll let it slide this one time. We have to run now. There is an important student council meeting regarding the festival, and we finally decided where to eat. Too bad you can't join, but this lunch meeting is only for council members. We can take you there some other time, but that'd be like a date, wouldn't it? Oh my god, what is going on? The girls leave for downstairs. I mean, look, for a package deal, they're pretty good. I wouldn't mind it. I didn't manage to get that far from the third floor hallway before all this commotion struck, literally. I should get going as well. You only have one more left to meet now. Oh, thank God. I hope the game ends soonish. But they got an hour and a half to stream. The lunch and the afternoon class pass uneventfully. I read most of the book I had started yesterday and ate some of the mostly inedible offerings of the cafeteria. The class is tiresome. The teacher seems like an okay person, despite the weird first impression I got, and the material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. If you don't get this stuff, you're a fucking idiot. When the final bell sounds, I realize there's still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd, at the hospital I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here, filling the considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is examining the assignment sheets that we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. You had me at ball pen. You gotta show me where you found that Dark Witch VN after the stream, though. Oh, I didn't. That was someone on YouTube who was commenting. And they didn't elaborate beyond that. Let me just have a look. Oh, here we go. Chat history. Michael Markey Lee says, The Legend of Dark Witch dating visual novel, real. I don't know if it's real or not, though. Muto was examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he noticed me and furrows his brows. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there's nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I do after school. Teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he's holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment, I'm reminded of Shizune, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed, much more routined. You have no plans? No, I considered joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pique your interest. I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Muto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. Oh dear. Oh, I haven't been checking YouTube, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, someone just mentioned, I don't know if it's real or not. Okay. I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people, I mean the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about the disabilities. It feels like I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird if I ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheek absent-mindedly, looking very unresponsive. These things are only an issue if you make them one. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid being behind whatever they might seem at first glance. Except Burnface Girl. There's something very wrong with that girl. I don't know why. We even have her here. He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha? Or Hanako? It's not like you can ignore her fucking face. But, ow! I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hands straight in an enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk and with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, physically dismayed at the interruption, and Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong but has no idea what. Yes? We've talked about volume control before. Yes. But she doesn't lower her voice at all and the teacher just rubs his eyes. So what is it? We need help. We're running out of supplies for the festival stands. Oh, this is a distress. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, but that time we just took it all and went with that. What the fuck are you talking about? Now there's like none left there, so do you know where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? Shi-chan, I mean the president thought that a teacher would know if there was plywood. Was she wrong? Muto looks as if he's in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. She's kinda dumb. I'll check the Dark Witch Discord real quick. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible, like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there's any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any. Oh, what should I do? Didn't see anything about it. Okie doke. Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya? I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You'd have to pry them from his cold, dead hands, but that's a different matter. Ah! I don't have time, we're so busy! She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as it's possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't even be fetching these things. There's so much to do and we're falling behind schedule. Mito looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he did. Please, don't smile. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. I wonder if you can get some temporary help. Yeah? He switches to stare at me focusedly with a hard expression as if trying to say, go make some friends. Alright, only if they're hot bitches. Okay. I guess I can give you a hand. You can? Thanks, He-chan. You are really nice. You should join the school board. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, ah! And looking very puzzled. Oh, I don't want to join the council with this crazy girl's on it. Come to think of it, what's He-chan doing here? Class is over, you should be having fun. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, He-chan? No, I'm not. Is He-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Fuck you! Muto sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha get her off the teacher's back. So what do you need? Here's a list. I can try to find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a little bit. I said I'd help you, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not. Oh. Still, thanks, He-chan. Try to be quick. We're in a stall building streak right now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry. She has ADD, doesn't she? I just know she doesn't pay attention to fucking anything. ADHD, because she's so hyper all the time. She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Look at the list with the number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting. That is undoubtedly Shizune's. I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit the hallway. The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 1 to 3 and 3 1 and 3 2 on the right side and 3 4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room, a thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner. Oh, artist waifus coming up. So at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody who... Oh! Something catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl curiously wearing a boy's uniform with a fork between her toes and a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. Well, she has to wear a boy's uniform, otherwise she'd be upskirting herself all day. Nana's is going to be in the Yakuza Shin remake as a card? I did not know that. Why are there so many waifus in these games now? This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me back even more. How'd I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner, very still, but I somehow took her as part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance. She's the Venus de Milo of all waifus. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me with her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence, and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clocks ticking rhythmically. Hello? The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. You know, between her and and Emmy, I mean, they're almost a full person. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here. There's some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? Where's that image from like a million years ago? Oh, I don't know her name yet. She raises her eyebrows as if she was expecting my observation was false. You are pretty observant. I guess it does, but who are you? This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai, Hisao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Ren Tezuka. Oh my god, it's all over the place. Oh my god, I want to find that Rin picture. Rin Tezuka. Here we go. There it is. I knew I'd find it. That wasn't too hard. There we go. No, I just wanted the image itself. Hang on. Open image in new tab. Boom. There we go. All we have to do is now get that visible on the screen, and ta-da! Invisible drums! Hang on, I'm going to try and make that look a bit better. There we go. Invisible drums! Oh dear, that's adorable. Oh dear, what an excellent waifu. Can't give you a hand job, but she can do everything else. I bet you she's masterful at a foot job, though. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. Oh dear. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. Can't I shake your little stumpy bit there? That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. Kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me, is now gazing yearningly back at her food. I'm bored. You are boring me. Can I continue my lunch if you don't mind? I won't mind you. If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for today. What word would you use then? There's no word for a meal you eat after lunch but before dinner, right? Bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry, it's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes with at least as much impoliteness as she points it straight at me. There we go. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. What's your problem? See, I like this girl. She's good. I can guess. I am good at guessing, better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer a question or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making these issues is part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. I like this girl. She's pretty good. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement is the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I can think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. Just I collect people and a person with... what? Just I collect people and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. She collects people. She Pokemons us. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh, so you just like go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I like Rin a lot. Rin's my soulmate. I see. If only she had some hands. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. She is so my spirit animal. This is the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else, or didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told it was a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hiseo. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us? What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl is just an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room, I pick up items on Misha's list. A chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt auburn, almost orange and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. She's not terribly cute. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. I mean, you kind of have to learn that shit, don't you? However, I can see how this sight would discomfort people, especially while eating. Makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? At least you didn't say it. Maybe she wouldn't care. I keep searching the cabins and shelf for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows uncomfortable. Too uncomfortable. So I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. I, on my end, just lost audio for a second. I know it was my end. Well, I hope so. Oh god. I don't want to have any problems with this stream. Oh god, it's hard to keep track. What a strange girl she is. So, do you always eat alone and this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you're my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. She's probably referring to Emmy. Interesting pair. One with legs, one with arms. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bit of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems like I have everything except plywood. Oh, of course. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping? I mean, I do, but you're a bit weird. Eh? I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. Fucking hell, I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hisao. Then you are. Right. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There is something like a tiny smile there in her face, maybe? She's pretty good. I quietly back out of the room, and I shut the door in front of my face. I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that... Oh, God. What did she hear? What did she hear? Oh, fuck, not you again. I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. I am so going to get you expelled. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. Briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. No, I think he's on point now. Something Misha's up to no good. Shizune is standing slightly behind Misha. Looks aloof, as if she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait. More importantly, who is in there? There's no club meetings today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. Seems like Misha jumped to the bottom for you. It's a bit weird. It's a bit scary. Oh dear. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hee-chan. That's no good. Alright, I guess I might as well throw that in for good measure. Why not? That's no good. That's a huge bitch. No. Try another one. There we go. That's no good. I got it. There we go.
That's no good.
You took so long that we had to come... that's no good. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Oh, sorry. I got the things here. Was just going to bring them. I think you're up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? I was just making out with armless girl. Don't worry, she's armless. Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door to the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place, apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders, from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Ugh. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. Well, I mean, if she did blow up, she wouldn't make a sound, would she? She shoots a very loaded stare at me, too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. Hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello! Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello? Miss Tezuka. What do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha's scolding, so they had no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure. Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself too. And? We'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as though she looks what? Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. There we go. How rude. It's true though, if I finish my project before the weekend, if I don't, what? I must finish my project before the weekend. There'll be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it, etc. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences if she walks back in the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? I can give you two. This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure, where do you need to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following, since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now, with Shizune and Misha gone, so we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to the other because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. Or maybe she's walking weird because she has no arms. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. We are so unmatched. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of a head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. What do you mean, of course? He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back. He then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There is something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medication. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So, we'll do a few tests regularly, but what I want from you is to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything. And come see me if something happens. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately, so I'm not going to do that anymore. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. It's getting a bit annoying, you know. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Oh dear. No, it probably isn't really that much for a school, but still. Except this school, of course. This is a small school and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You had people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can, lift the can up and down a few times, like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. A stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Jessica, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Save. Not that it probably matters. Yeah, I'll be fine. I can just lie either way, right? Yes. Yes, I promise, definitely. He studies me for a moment, then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. Damn, he's got spies on me. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly, leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. Sigh. I don't know why this is so hard on me. I feel like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery on the front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. Okay. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the grey plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. Funny smiley face person down there on the bottom left. Oh dear. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from the art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent, waving a little with her arm or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around and it makes me think it could look sadder, than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base's special properties has in the last few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there's something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she's made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes. Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't know what would be the right thing to say, if any. Feels like I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she is at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. I think we've figured out that our main character is a bit of a fucking idiot. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that at all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Yeah, well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat, you know, flat. Like some people are no substance, no meat, where there should be some. I know a guy, okay, I get it. I know a guy who's like that. Okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that saying suit yourself without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have in the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shoujo. It really makes me feel the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some? Oh, dear. I think you get to go for a route after this. It's been a while since I went through this. Well, I hope it's over in, like, 3/4 of an hour. Okay. I do not have motor problems. Cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. Cerebral palsy? I've never even met him. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work every now and then and asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green. No, the other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good colour to add? No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the colour when you wake up and you know that they saw the meaning of life in your dream, but you can't remember it. You know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but you can't remember it. That's the weirdest thing. It's very descriptive, but I got it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. She's a pretty solid waifu. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. It's magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints, crouching down on the paving, and just looking at her work. Alright. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a massive mixture of paint, a passable mixture of paint, a rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. Yay, we're learning code. Might have to lock in this waifu instead. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. Oh, it's getting dark. At least she's not blind. Oh wait, it wouldn't matter if it got dark and she was blind. Pfft. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Oh, it's dark and scary. Hey, end of chapter. Oh boy, when's something scary gonna happen? Am I gonna die soon? I hope so. Oh. Fucking alarm clock. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into an unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I already haven't. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. That arsehole. Alright. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym class at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. After all, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape, along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. You can also buy a Dickscape. You can buy a Dickscape lawnmower as well. Use the promo code to get 30% off. Trim me daddy. There you go. Great shit. Oh dear, basics which include, strengthen my heart. Well, maybe I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. A prosthetic leg girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. You can't remember Emmy's name? You're a monster. She seems to be running at laps at a somewhat easy lope. Her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I can hear them. She can run real fast. Can't wait for what you're going to do to parody NordVPN. Oh boy. I wonder what I'm going to do as well. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine and the nurses are oppressing the poor girl to just jog like he is oppressing me. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health and his prompting me to do so. And even with things like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I'd be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. "Good morning, your name is Hiseo, right?" She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remembered my name. "You may not remember me. Twin Tails girl. It's Emmy. Emmy? I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. Miss Ibarazaki? She imitates Misha, imitating Shizune, failing to get the same kind of subdued lilt to her high-pitched voice. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that, again. Well, so long as you don't make it a habit of, I suppose it'll be fine. I suppose I'll be fine. Great. I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about, is that actually you? That's right. No. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What are you saying? I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you're here to do exactly that, of course. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kind of lost around the track. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. I'm training! For what? For track, you dummy! Ah, I see, you're on the track then. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners too. And I don't have legs. I'm modest about it, I see. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. No, I'm not even sure I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organised sports, you know. It's true, I've never really got that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that's really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organisation thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're gonna run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you gonna warm up? Real men don't warm up. Wait. Oh no, you always should warm up. Bad Hisao. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, I don't even have to stretch my legs. And I don't even have to stretch my legs, because they're not real. Look at it go. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go! So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with sort of wild abandon. Oh my god. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Hands spread, right? And something about hitting on the balls of your feet rather than the heels? I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. That line just reminded me of what Yunaka says if you try and gift her horse manure. Oh dear. Alright, I try to match her stride, but it's so difficult. Apparently I'm not very good at all. Apparently I'm not very good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm not really feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and a slow walk pretty... I'm not really feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Where's this? No, bad Divine Dragon. Put that back where you found it. Put that back. Put that down. Bad Dragon. There we go. Alright, I think I'm dying now. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanour. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah, I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods, and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Perhaps we should try some other kind of exercise, like, I don't know, just playing around underneath the bleachers, you know what I mean. Yeah, winky face? Winky face? No, alright. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time you just have to try and hold out longer, and then longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now, I'm gonna get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. No, I've got plenty of time. I notice she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I gotta finish my routine. See you later, Hisao. Yeah, see ya. I'm not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or a failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect, or something like that. It's nice to at least feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. This game had a demo in 2009 and came out in 2012. Ah, that's why it's old. And that's why full screen is so fuzzy. Alright, I'll have to try and keep this up. There we go. Oh, they've painted the mural more. That's great. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out to the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. Ah, he's got a fig leaf on. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean, all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? You know your room and, yeah, that's it. I still had to get up though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work it doesn't work. He's as transparent as his window pane-sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked, to say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill to not run through your pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint, and in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment since his thoughts were so clearly impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but if that is your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. I get some of the pizza too, right? No! Are you serious? Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class. You don't have time to eat pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece, then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance so that when people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Oh, this fucking guy. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen. Please? You're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it in advance. Pineapple on pizza is yes, I approve. Oh, it was made by a group of 4chaners. What did you... Oh, God. Alright. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something? Standing? Maybe? Wondering how I got there. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning. Splitting the sky, like how you split a sandwich into 2 equal pieces. To make it more manageable to hold and eat, a bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like the openings of some kind of anime show, you know, where there is always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival, and then they fly at each other and clash swords, and there's like big dramatic coloured auras and zoom. It was like that, but with poo! Okay. Okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging. I only need like 1,000 yen. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Ah! Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow, a particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about the money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know the male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? That's actually probably true. That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda, and you can't even spot me with your crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody! Well, there you go, see, nobody understands. He knows what he's talking about. So what's he talking about, nobody? I have no idea. I have no idea what he's on about. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? No, you would think that, but they're not. This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake. Take them lightly and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. Understand he's fucking nuts. I really don't like the idea that he exists. I feel like he's going to murder me at some point. Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said you don't take them lightly. Well, I mean, don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat, but if there's some kind of war, like a big war with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other, it'd be pretty ugly. There are hardly any feminists around these days. What are you talking about? And that day will come when the feminists come out of their central, top-secret, worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in the mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyway. Which unfortunately means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there is a war going on, a war not many know about, but it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then we'll have to pick sides. We'll have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield. A vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, when I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight, when I mistook the time the power went out for a feminist raid and thought that the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over. And I was like, whoa! And I knew I had to get serious, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty! I went and grabbed another pudding shot, probably for the best. I feel bad that I'm not drinking through this. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. So can I have the money? He's blocked the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agreed to spot him on the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. No, bowling! Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with the matching shoes or the pastel green with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know, I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry, yeah, I don't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. Time for what? I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. What does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So, I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practiced frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see. Anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. But right now I have to go to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer from that time with Kenji. Oh boy, can't I bully any of these students, please? It'd be so easy to do because they're all crippled. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up with my head hits the surface of my desk, rubbing my forehead. I realize that this is as good as reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early later. Eventually I hear a tapping noise outside the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako? Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant, as if she was a vampire who can't come in unless invited. I consider doing so because she looks rather lonesome standing there. Who's your favourite so far? I have no idea. I mean, Lily is hot. Hanako is kind of hot. Blade Runner Girl is kind of nice. I like her. But Painting Girl is more down to earth, so I have no idea. I have no idea. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar as if it was important to look prim when entering our classroom. I mean, this is pretty good waifu right here. Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silent might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. No, just don't say anything. Freak her out. And then, good morning, Lily! Hisao, good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely. If I were to tell her too big of a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bells ring, or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so anyway. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that's why it's so quiet today. Oh, hi! Oh, fuck, I hate you. Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hichan. Hi. Look, it's the class representative. Hello. Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizune's use of the word look. Good morning. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? Right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realize Lily might actually not know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is, to know who she is talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decide to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. You were here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird though that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true that I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. She's gone. She's out of here. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their project budget reports for their events. Even the first years, except you. Wahahaha! There is still time to hand it in, isn't there? Grumpy face. Today. The deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say the deadline. Please extend it. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one's class event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school and then some. The one who does that is me. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she is really getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused, though. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's all right. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I've forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then can I have it, please? Shizune might not have it on her at this exact second. Oh. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me, students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. But I will not fall for their tactics. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This gets better and better. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I'll apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class? Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal, cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said it's not something you should be delegating anyway. Are you the class representative or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job if you can't even handle something this simple yourself. One form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she's doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she is becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Donut waifus. Donuts time. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her finger cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course, you do so much class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Shizune, the girl is fucking blind. I know, I really don't like Shizune very much. Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of the sarcasm which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other, that much is clear, but this seems a little much. Seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. Oh my god! Battle! It's waifu battle! Yay, pantsu! I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all of your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down and make sure I don't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right, the difference between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. Hey... The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore. Though, even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Hichan, don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hichan? You are, aren't you? Then I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I'll do something. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Don't drag you. Oh my god, cut Lily some slack. This is ridiculous. Save the game. There we go. Return. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Don't drag me into this. I've done my part. Hey, come on. Cut me and Lily some slack. Yeah, why not? Boom. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much even if I wanted. That's right. You shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into this on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. I hate both of you waifus. Excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her report. And we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. I will not join your vile council. It's fucking evil. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune, and that's what she wants. Whatever, forget it. I turn my back at them. I get to my seat and shut my ears from the finale of the argument between Lily and Shizune. Eventually, Lily leaves our classroom. Shizune and Misha sit themselves without talking to me. We have made enemies of them this day. I know you aren't getting Shizune's fruit. Yay! I'm so happy. I can feel Shizune's eyes burning onto my back. She's probably angry at me, but I'm just as angry with her. I don't get why she had to drag me into the argument. I don't like her. Hanako doesn't come back to the classroom at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily is looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do despite trying to keep up with the studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. Rhythmic clashing of chalk on the blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. Gotta do something. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while reviewing what we've covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with the crowding in the hallways. I notice Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune's signing so fast her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there's pent-up anger in there? Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists start to crackle. Oh my god. And Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. I remember seeing a fan art of this game where Emmy has mecha legs and a hammer. That's cool. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished, and the girls sit down on their seats again. Ugh, I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again, though I suspect that door is now closed for me. Oh dear. Along with getting into her snatch, I suspect. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do with it. Shizune scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. Meh. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course we're in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. We would shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festival were to fail. Then it must fail. That's why there must be no flaws, no, I think that was encumbrances? No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them. Oh, hello? Oh my god. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again? Hanako brushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. She's blushing. You're blushing, waifu. Yeah. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen, wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Maybe she's showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily? It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been in here? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Sato. She came by in the morning, though. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with an unusual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behaviour. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? Meh. If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom working on their festival project, but who knows where that woman is loitering at? Hanako nods quickly and retreats with haste. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, we are really working hard to make the festival happen. I don't like you bitches. You're not good. And driving other people insane along the way, yeah. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. You have fun with that. I stand up to leave, making my exit before either of them manages to berate me any more for slacking off. Good God. The halls are somewhat quiet, as expected. Everyone must be in club meetings or at festival preparations or both. Shizune's words about being a slacker echo in my head. I feel a bit guilty about not contributing, but I seem to lack the resolve to do something concrete about the matter. For the festival, it's too late already unless I count helping Shizune and Mishu, which I naturally don't, and clubs, I don't know. Maybe I'm not a club type of person. Halfway through the way from the school building to the dorms, I spot a figure in front of the dorms. It's Rin! It looks like she's working on her mural today too. I walk over to her, but she doesn't seem to notice me approaching. She's sitting on an upturned box looking intently at the wall, and she is painting with a brush held between her toes. The mural has progressed considerably since yesterday, but still only half done as far as I can tell. More colours have appeared and the twisted human-like figures have spread and increased in number. I have to say, the style is quite eye-catching and very unique. Not that I have been knowledgeable about art by any measurable scale, but it's really nice looking nevertheless. I clear my throat to get her attention, but not startle her so that her concentration won't break. Wait! She doesn't even turn to check who it is. I'll wait. Dot, dot, dot. That's a lot of dot, dot, dots. Oh. 15 minutes later, I decide that her concentration is indeed unbroken, and also that I have waited long enough to warrant poking her gently on the shoulder to remind her of my presence. Rin turns her head mechanically to my direction, ending up staring at my crotch level. Oh, it's Isao. She can tell. I would feel a lot less uncomfortable if she would look at my face. An astute observation, hard at work, I see. The conversation starts as if I hadn't been here for a quarter of an hour already, but it's not a concern. At least it starts. Looking good. It doesn't. It does. The layer of paint hiding other layers of paint, mixing and shaping the human figures, really create an impressive look, but Rin looks miffed. You shouldn't comment on works in progress. 7 years of bad luck, you know. Sounds terrible. I guess I'll take it back then. Still, looks good. I wonder if I get 14 years of bad luck for thinking that. Rin turns back to look at her painting and pokes at it with a big toe. Could you mix some of this colour? I'm running out of it. She looks down at a half-empty bowl with remains of the same pinkish paint in it. You know, it just strikes me as... It only just occurred to me right now. It's kind of a bitch move for the school to force her to wear a tie. She hasn't got any arms. How the fuck does she even get dressed in the morning? It's like, oh, but you've got to wear a tie at this school. Fuck! How do I tie it? She doesn't even have a clip on, I don't think. I didn't really intend to stay and help her with this project, though. I guess I didn't intend to do anything much. I look at Rin. She looks emptily back at me. Just this once. Rin picks up another brush and drenches it in another tone of pale red. There are dozens of similar bowls all around her working area from the looks of this scene. She could have been sitting there for hours. I don't think she undoes it. I don't undo my ties. Jesus Christ, it's still... Yeah, but it's still kind of difficult to I know, because you'd have to loosen it a bit, I would say. Alright. There are dozens of similar bowls around her working from the looks of this scene. She could have been sitting there for hours. I wonder if she has. That would mean she'd have been skipping school, though, which I, of course, wouldn't put beyond someone like Rin. I pour a little bit of white and red into the bowl, trying to match the colour with the one already on the wall. I can't seem to get it right. That's really inconvenient for her to not mix enough of the mix enough in the first place. Getting it to be exactly the same tone would be possible, but at least I can try and get as close as I can. And she's friends with Emmy. Maybe she has her do it? I guess so. Yes, put my legs on for me. Oh, okay, but only if you put my tie on. Speaking of hard work, isn't that a huge workload for you too? It's such a big painting and all. Oh, I'm not. I'm not old and bitter enough yet to think like that. I guess you aren't. You guessed right. Legs hurt though, they feel like slugs. Slugs made of sea slugs. Because of the position? Yeah, I like doing it in the horizontal position more if you know what I'm talking about. But it can't be helped. Can't ask the wall to lay down. Saying that, she stretches herself a little, bending her legs and back far more than a human should flex. It's astonishing how effortlessly she manages her body around. There is a small flinch in her otherwise blank expression, a hint of pain maybe, as she stretches out her calves. Rin must have the stamina and dexterity far above a normal person to be able to live like she does, but she's wearing out working on this. Why push yourself so much? Take a break or something at least. Continue tomorrow if it's bad. This gives her a pause. A long one too, feeling like a mental yawn. I don't think so, Hiseo. I'm not pushing myself. Sure looks like you are. No, it's not about pushing or pulling or anything related to that kind of thing. There is this boy. A boy? Yes. Where? At the art club. And... he is blind. Oh, how can you paint if you're blind? No idea. So, why is he there? That's the point. He is there. She really should speak more than just one word at a time to make this feel more like a discussion and less like an interrogation. He can't really do anything that you'd call art, right? But he comes there anyway and paints. Why? I don't know. Why? I don't know, that's why I asked. So... he doesn't paint often, but I think his paintings are very interesting. I'm sure they are. I once tried that, painting with eyes closed. Wasn't too interesting, and cleaning up the floor took ages. Didn't try that again. But he is becoming better at sculpting. I see. Maybe she was trying to make a point with this? Maybe she forgot she had one? I don't know, seems like the art club is full of interesting people. Some whack jobs that are also missing arms. This is a disaster. Not really. Pretty blunt statement, and she totally missed the sarcasm. No? Just like I said, they're not very interesting. I usually don't have much interest in people who are not interesting. Maybe you have. Maybe. But that boy is interesting. Maybe I am like that boy, or maybe you are. Maybe everyone is. Doing things you can't do just because you can. That's pretty deep, I think. And I tell that to her. You're a deep one. Nah, I'm a really shallow and thoughtless person. People say that to me all the time. Did you know I can only think of 4 things at the same time? No, but now I do. Right, now I'm thinking of the second floor's girl's toilet, ice cream flavoured ice cream, the middle toe, and a haircut. I really kind of like Rin. This is kind of great. Oh dear. I'm gonna need a haircut. What are you doing? She shakes her head around vigorously, letting her short and messy hair ruffle wildly around. I can see that doing it is something she likes to do. We fall silent as Rin treads around absentmindedly, poking some brushes around. The thought about the art club sticks in my head for a while longer. I feel like I'm treading on very unknown territory with art. The way these meetings with Rin go, it's as though I'm starting a smoking habit or something. I should probably stop talking with her. It's not like I dislike her, despite the confusion her being herself causes, and I don't dislike art either. I've been drawn for fun. I've even drawn for fun sometimes. I just don't have a real creative drive or any technical skill. So usually if I were to draw something, I get white paper syndrome and just freeze completely. I've never heard of white paper syndrome. That, or I manage to draw something disfigured and promptly get frustrated at my inability to put the picture in my head down on the paper, then call it quits without really even trying to make an effort. Rin clearly doesn't have this problem, but she frustrates me in another way. Being with her is like looking into a mirror that doesn't reflect anything. It makes one question the sanity of the act. Rin sits down on her box, swaying from side to side, apparently comfortable with the uncomfortable silence. She is staring at me again, or maybe over my shoulder. I can't figure out where her eyes are focused. I'm thinking of leaving so she can carry on working undistracted, and I can do whatever I'm going to do alone. It's not like I have anything that must be done today. Oh, shoot! Who? Nobody. I just forgot to tell Hanako that Lily was looking for her. And then she'll probably shoot her. Ah! School shooting! Do you know her from my class? Oh, her? The mystery toilet girl? That person is funny. I saw her going to the toilet 5 times during one recess 3 weeks ago. I'm sure it's the world record. Ah, she's incontinent. It was very mysterious. That's why you call her mystery toilet girl? What other reason could there possibly be? Well, there is. It's an eternal mystery. I didn't follow her in there. Maybe it was the week before that? Could have been, I suppose. Looking at her makes me hungry. Don't say that. At least not around her. Ren turns to look at me blankly as if she's not sure why I reproved her. She doesn't acknowledge understanding any more than before, so I give up at this point. So, do you want to go eat dinner then? No, not yet. Ren has turned her hungry gaze back to the wall, looking slightly more energetic, or at least slightly less lethargic than she did before. It's as if the walls is an opponent she has to vanquish, something she must overcome before she can indulge in dinner. This is the feeling I get. A weird sense of empathy overcomes me and makes me smile a little bit to myself. For all her oddity, Rin is pretty cool after all. I'll be going anyway. Have fun. Rin has already grasped a brush and is dipping it into fresh paint, so of course she can't hear me anymore or doesn't answer anything even if she does. Well, bye. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show up. But it's not all that bad. Sleep time. It's sleep time. Hey. Oh my god, it's 5 o'clock. When's this game going to end? Oh, Christ. I need to finish it. Oh, burp. How much longer does this game go for? What's the quickest waifu route to go on? My morning alarm goes off and I flail about uselessly for a while until I remember that I decide to give morning runs another shot. I don't know if this was my greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. This is about my health, after all. Sure, things haven't been great lately for me, but that hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can manage that, well, I can manage anything. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, to appear, I'm not alone on my run. Oh, I can hear her clacking. Here we go. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she's already worked up a good sweat. Just when the hell does she come down here anyway? Oh, it's you! Wonder whose route's gonna be your first one? I think I got Emmy. Which one's the quickest one? I gotta fucking end this stream. I'm surprised to see you again. Why is that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowns, seemingly annoyed by a passing thought. Like the rest of the track team, for instance. Still, it was only supposed to be on a volunteer basis, so it's not that big of a shock. Oh, you can say him come back some other time. I suppose I could. And I guess it's pretty early in the morning. A shrug, and suddenly it appears that she's forgotten what she was talking about. The frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to her previous train of thought. So, come on then. What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yes. So, come on. Emmy's an excellent waifu. I might go for her, I think. It's either her or Armless Girl. I find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be set on, mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling while Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find enviable. It's incredibly bothersome to be so easily worn out. I know I should be patient, work towards things gradually and all, but it's difficult to say positive about this. We round the track and start on our second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient, keeping pace with me, and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to do more? Oh, I'm gonna die. Save the game. Save the game. There we go. Take it easy. Don't go for it. I think your first experience should be unknowing of the choices that lead to different routes. I let Emmy go with her own pace as she doesn't show mercy, pulling half a lap ahead of me in an instant. I don't blame her. I mean, it's not as if I'm really putting up any sort of real fight out there, is it? Instead, I'm just running at a steady pace, which is what I should be doing, right? There's no need to go pushing my limits at this stage of the game. God, is this even worth it? As we finish the second lap, I break off again. Emmy keeps going, and it almost seems to me that she's disappointed. Well, that's stupid. Oh, no, now Emmy won't like me. I don't have anything to prove to her. Come to think of it, I've got nothing to prove to myself either. Oh, dear. Alright. Just go without a walkthrough and then do a walkthrough forever you want. I guess I could do it that way. I'm just fine the way I am. And what I'm not is a runner. This is probably a bad idea. Maybe there's something else I can do instead of this? Getting up this early sucks anyway. There's got to be another way to keep healthy. Walking, maybe. Nice afternoon walks. Yeah, that sounds good. Running isn't for me. I wave to Emmy and head back to my room. And that's the end of Emmy. I'll think of something else later. Bye, Emmy. We're not going to have anything to do with you now. Back in my room, the first thing I see is the familiar row of medication bottles lined up on top of my dresser, and it makes me depressed as usual. It's annoying. I thought it was okay. I thought I had made my peace with this thing, gotten over it, but what I really did, I allowed myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds me of the reality, and trying to fight against it just hurts. Reflecting on it is only going to do so much. I've done this before, for months. Seems like it's time to get over it. If I allow myself to forget that my life is definitely not going to be as long as those of others, I won't get anywhere. But I do know you aren't getting the Shizune route this time. My life may be different from others, but it is a life in progress. That's how I'll rationalize it. I down the usual handful of pills, trying to push the suddenly dreary feeling out of my head, and then I prepare to head out to class as early as usual. As I step into the hallway, I notice Kenji coming around the hallway corner, stealthily making his way over to his own room with a large bag. As he sneaks past me soundlessly like a ninja hiding in plain sight, I call out to him, "Hey." He jumps at the sound of my voice. "Oh, hey man, I didn't notice you there. I'm really tired." I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not the issue. "Where have you been this early? Shopping?" "Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the math teacher. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out when the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want." "So then what's in the bag?" "A dead body. I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. I need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy." Okay. Thought you didn't go outside." "I wear a hat now." I decided not to point out that he's not wearing a hat. An awkward silence settles between us, and Kenji breaks it by pushing his door open slowly, releasing a cracking sound into the air that only makes the moment seem more awkward. He sets the bag down inside his room and then closes the door. I'm surprised you went out of your way to find out a test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still going to take it, duh. I just need to know what day I can't afford to skip class. He usually sends out updates on that crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. And why do you have to go out when you can get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? No, I don't use phones. I don't have a phone. Phones! I have no phone. Why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phone at all. No phone? I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I think it's just kind of... This is kind of repressed trauma. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have two theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving some undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in the past. Beaten so badly, I can't remember it. Beaten in the head. Well, where else could I get beaten with a phone that could make me unable to remember it? The arse. Unexpectedly logical. I feel very depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens the door again and prepares to head inside. "Yeah, I'm gonna sleep, dude. Have a good one. Class is gonna start in like 20 minutes. Already did something today. Too tired to go to school." "Hey, you need some lip balm? I accidentally bought two because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. Thanks, but no thanks." "Whatever, man." He swiftly enters his lair, finally letting me go to the class. What a wanker. For a change, I'm not among the first ones to come to class, come to morning class. Instead, almost everyone else seems to be here already. I recognize most of my class by their faces by now. though the names escape me still. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I've even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overly attentive. The first days I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of this festival in your minds. Games and fried food! Everyone bursts out in laughter, and so do I. Yes, thank you, Mikado. But what I meant was to... Oh, the remainder of his sentence is buried beneath the ring of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Muto deliberates for a moment, but since nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallway, or as crowded as hallways in this school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria. Oh, it's Emmy! Hisao! I'm going to make you my one-time only super extra special lunch offer. Emmy's homemade lunchboxes and the privilege of enjoying them in private with two bombshell beauties. Her overly flirtatious sales pitch echoes in the hallway, a remarkable feat since it's full of people. Emmy strikes a very confident-looking pose as an attempt to one-up her own ridiculousness, puffing a very modest chest and making the V for victory sign with her hand. She's kind of best girl, really, isn't she? Sounds delicious. To what do I owe this honor of being invited? You stood there looking really lost and sad, so I thought you could use some company. That's probably the most depressing reason imaginable. So how about it? You're probably really lonely and would eat that awful cafeteria food all alone otherwise. Yeah, I'm kidding. Sure, I'll have your lunch offer, with pleasure. Let's go to the roof. The roof? Why the roof? Because that's where we eat lunch. And if I don't get up there, then she'll probably wander off. And then I just know she'll go hungry because she never packs a lunch for herself. Who will? Come with me. Without answering my question or waiting for a response, she grabs me by the arm and drags me through the hallways. An attempt to make conversation on the way. Why do you have an extra lunch? Emmy smiles guiltily. Actually, it's yesterday's lunch. I slipped in a run at lunch and forgot to eat it. Huh? Well, why am I eating yesterday's lunch then? The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was that removed the lock. Oh, Emmy shoves the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. Oh my god, there she is. Suddenly a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, standing imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs. Eek! Hello. It's our favourite armless waifu. Yipes, you scared me, Rin. Wait, isn't she... Hello. Noticing that Rin is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. You two know each other? I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Rin has turned her gaze toward the clouds drifting above the school. Kind of an odd pairing, yeah. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. The awkward silence lasts for only a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the confidence off. I invited Hisao for lunch. If you know him, that's just better. Oh, does this mean I don't get food, or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch? Neither. I have food for 3. Nice thinking. Yay. They walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. There's nobody else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. I think they purposefully paired the girls in a goofy manner. Oh god, so you've got like deaf girl and hyperactive ADHD girl. You've got armless girl and legless girl. And probably others that I've forgotten. There's nobody else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. A few run-down benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look less desolate. The small pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. No arms, no legs, blind girl and burn girl. Oh, are those supposed to be together? Okay. I peek through the chain-link fence to take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle at the cafeteria. Few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow when I look towards the town centre, the small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of big metropolises seems so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it or get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine, looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only one short year. Also, now that I think about it, why haven't we met Peter Griffin yet? We saw him like in the beginning. Oh dear. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly. I haven't had time to think about how I feel about it. When I step out of the shadow of the clock tower to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear cerulean sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the top makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog or car exhaust like it used to just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on a bench with Rin in tow and produces one big and two small lunchboxes from her bag. Come on, Hiseo. What are you waiting for? She's beckoning me to join them, making room on the already small bench. I seat myself on the corner of the bench and take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all three of us fit on it. This better turn into a threesome, come on now. Impressive view. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Rin and hands another lunchbox to me. Here you go, lunch as promised. Homemade, no less. I'm impressed. Wow, this looks really good. Thanks, I make 'em myself when I can. Conversation dies off as I set about the business of feeding myself. Take a few bites, I glance up and notice Rin deftly opening the lunchbox and popping a fork full of food into her mouth using only her feet. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed by her dexterity. It's also a reminder of the sort of place I'm in right now. Will I ever get used to sights such as this? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good thing or a bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean I'm giving up on being a normal person? I'm in the freak show now. Or does it mean that I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning run always works up an appetite. Which is great, because then I burn through lunch pretty quickly. Helps me keep my girlish figure. What would happen if you'd lose it? Would you become a man? I nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the mornings too? Do you always talk like this? Talk like what? Like what? I think that answers my question. Never mind. So, I struggle to think of small talk and settle on the obvious question. How'd you two meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer the question. Someone in the housing department thought we'd complement each other well, so we were assigned rooms next to one another. Complement each other? Like shoes and a suit. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together and we've got all our limbs, get it? Ah. So I started helping Rin get ready in the mornings, and that was that. Oh, there you go. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. Right, that seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of. This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That combined with the fact that Rin is genuinely curious makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms, so putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know what? I'm just going to stop talking now. It'll save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is meant to be a sage manner. I see. The conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch first and makes a contented noise. Ah, that was good. As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty. Oh, I almost forgot about that, sorry. With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses me one that appears to be a cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with pink colour scheme, and keeps an equally pink box of some kind of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously grabs her straw through the top of her box and begins to drink. I'm once again impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sorts of people to think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not that's a conscious decision is another matter, of course. I'm honestly not sure. So, Hiseo, how do you like it up here? Huh? Oh, it's quite nice actually. I like high places. For the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch too. Emmy grins a 1,000-watt grin, pleased by my response, I suppose. No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. No lunch service. I don't know. Emmy looks mock offended. Trying to take advantage of my good nature. The nerve. She giggles. Well, if that's your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating lunch all alone. I'm suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rending puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding. I was kidding. I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location, and the company's okay, too. Emmy frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. I guess this makes us friends now. Or at least acquaintances. Oh, the lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. If you don't eat any more, you're gonna fade away. Rin shrugs as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we better get going. The three of us head down the stairs together. Oh boy, the afternoon class phases. The afternoon class passes once again. I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple of books I finished reading. Walking inside, I see there are about as many students as there were on Tuesday, all the more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. As I drop the books I'd borrowed into the return slot in the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging they make as they hit the trolley next to her. Sorry, Yuko, didn't mean to startle you there. No, that's fine, it happens a lot. I'm used to it by now. I'm surprised I don't have brain damage. Can I help you? It's okay, I think I know where everything is. Thanks anyway. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do. After reading so much during my stay in the hospital, it's become a hard habit to break. I wander down the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come of it, though. Oh, dear. Oh, there she is. Surprisingly, though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. A thick book for a thick waifu. I decided to, against intruding on her like last time, and get back to finding reading material. Oh, but she'll approach us this time, surely. After an indiscernible amount of time spent pursuing the aisles, I finally decide on a couple of books to get and slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I quickly walk over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bags as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left, presumably to their homes and dorms. I guess I need to buy some supplies. Can't live off cafeteria food and eating out for my entire stay here. As I leave for the gate, I make a few loud stretches to try and stave off the tiredness that's accumulated over the week. Oh, hey, after passing through the rounding corner though, I see a solitary figure walking downhill towards the small town below. The colour of her hair and tappy of her cane are unmistakable. It's Best Girl. I quickly walk up to her, which seems to catch her attention without a word needing to be said. Hi, Lily. She takes a moment to place the voice, slightly adjusting her head to face a bit more towards the source of my voice as she does. Hiseo? Oh, yep, that's me. She seems to have a good memory for voices. The fact that she actually remembered is a pleasant surprise. Good evening, what brings you here? Once again, she gives a small, polite bow, and once again, I reply in kind before realizing that I needn't do so. Just going into town, you? My, what a coincidence. Doing the same thing, eh? Usually go shopping on Fridays. She pauses for a moment, suddenly looking a little lost. That said, Hanako usually comes into town with me. Ah, not lost but worried. The two do seem to keep pretty close tabs on one another. It's kind of surprising that Hanako would just forget Lily like that. I noticed her reading in the library. She probably just got caught up in a book. She lets out a small sigh of relief. Thank you. She has a habit of doing that. Avid reader? Right. She doesn't like being around crowds of people, so reading away from everyone lets her relax a bit. Although she probably didn't intend it, I can't help but grimace as I recall my first meeting with her. Hardly wanting to bring it up, I remain silent as we quietly continue to walk down the quiet road. Tack, 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 tack. With the road bereft of cars and the students of Yamaku increasingly far behind us, the quiet rustling of the leaves and the measured tapping of Lily's cane against the sidewalk are all that can be heard. It's kind of nice, especially compared to the hustle and bustle of where I used to live. Jeez, I hope a car doesn't smash her. Before we know, I've relaxed so much that a loud yawn escaped before I can control it. Tired? Yeah, I've been running ragged these past few days. That's an understatement to be sure. Transferring to a different school would be bad enough, but nothing like this. Well, hopefully everything should settle down for you. The festival's got everyone in a spin right now, and you've been plopped right in the middle of things. For a moment I hesitate, but given her apparent tolerance for frankness, I decide to give my full thoughts. I guess Yamaku is kind of different though. I mean, the formalities surrounding everything, the isolation around it, not to mention the most obvious difference. It's kind of a whole different mindset. I suppose I'll get used to it though in time. She gives a matter-of-fact nod, apparently pleased with my answer. It feels almost as if she's included me in the flock of students she's shepherding, along with class 3, 2 and Hanako. Think you might have to come back later. I know, I'm probably going to finish once this day is over. Well, not that I mind. It's nice to get the thoughts off my chest in any case. Looking on the bright side, one could see it as a chance for a new beginning. You should cherish the ability to make new friends. Well, that's optimistic. Nonetheless, it's good to have a positive attitude about such things, I suppose. I guess that's a good take on it. Yep. Walking on down the road, she seems to be somewhat unsettled. Before I can ask what's on her mind, she seems to collect herself and speaks up about something else. So, where in town are you going? That's actually a pretty good question. I'd come in to buy food, but the layout of the place is still totally foreign to me. I'd intended to just wander around and see what I could find, but with sunset already approaching and nightfall not too far away, that doesn't seem very wise. I'm going to have to ask her for directions. Again. I was just going to get some food, but now that you mention it, I don't really know the way. Well, this is quite lucky. I was just about to go to the convenience store myself. Looks like I'll be in your care again then. Thanks. Together we walked to the store, my paces carefully slowed to remain beside her. Compared to my usual walking pace, hers is quite a bit slower. Not that it's without reason. You don't say, dipshit. Oh look, it's the not 7-Eleven. It's the 8:17. After what couldn't be more than several minutes, I catch sight of our objective. This town really is pretty small. Without further ado, we make our way inside with a greeting from the counter. Mind if I tag along with you? Usually Hanako would help me, but seeing as she's not here, it takes a moment before I realise what she means. Considering she wouldn't be able to read any of the labels, shopping without any help would be a big pain for her. That said, I can't shake the feeling that she'd had this idea since I was coming here. Sure, it'd be my pleasure. I grabbed 2 well-used red baskets from the small stack beside the entrance, handing one to Lily. And down she goes. There we go. She lays it on the ground, putting her school bag in it, retracting her cane and sliding it through the basket handles before picking it back up in her right hand. Wait, if she doesn't use her cane... Before I can complete the thought, she comes beside me and pinches the cuff of my uniform in her slender fingers. Oh, it's waifu time. Is this alright? Sure. This is better than alright. This is fantastic. I have no reason not to accept. I can think of worse things than shopping with a pretty girl holding on to me, even if it is out of necessity. We navigate our way through the store, with not one of the occasional passing customers seeming to bat an eyelid. Considering how close Yamaku is, I guess seeing students from there must be entirely normal for the local residents. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily and find out what she needs. I grab it along with what I'm looking for and put our items into their respective baskets. I guess this is the same routine she and Hanako follow every Friday. Right, all that's left is the bread, and that should be my shopping done. Do you need anything else, Lily? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. With a quick side trip to the bakery section, we make our way to the registers. The line, thankfully, is almost non-existent. It's not long before we've both paid for our food and are out the door. As Lily retrieves her cane and extends it to full length, I waste a minute looking upwards at the night sky while holding both of our bags. For a moment I tried to make clouds of my breath, but the summer's heat doesn't seem to cooperate. Eventually she rights herself, taking a quick stretch before taking her bag and leaving me to my two. You tired as well? The festival preparations have been complete chaos. Shizune's breathing down my neck doesn't exactly help things either. If I had to say who my favourite route though, Hanako. Hanako's sounds like good times. Hey, she's only trying to get everything organised. Better now than later, right? I suppose I'm going to enjoy relaxing in town tomorrow, that's for certain. I guess the festival's preparations must be taking her toll on both of them. We walk out to the quiet street, talking between ourselves as we carry our bags of food and supplies from the store. Wait, what's that? I notice a very distinctive figure making its way towards us, silhouetted by street lamps. For a second I think it's another male student from my class, but as he, or should I say she, gets closer, I recognize her quickly. Hey, Rin, what are you doing out here so late? Rin? Lily perks her head, looking like she's trying to focus on listening more keenly. It suddenly comes to me that I should probably interpret the scene for her. It's Rin, Tezuka, I think that was her last name from our school. She stiffens at the name and gives a complicated-looking expression, something like a forced fusion of composed smile and painful cringe. Ah, I understand. I guess Lily knows Rin too. Oh dear. Rin turns to look at us, looking terribly out of it. I'm not entirely sure if she recognizes either of us, or at least she doesn't acknowledge it if she does. She looks like a zombie, or a statue of a zombie, or a sleepwalking zombie. But slowly some symptoms of understanding seem to lighten in her dark eyes. This is something she must react to. Rin blinks once, very thoroughly. Hello. There is an awkward pause, everyone waiting for someone else to say something. What are you doing out here this late? I was wondering about that myself too, just now. Some people asked that just before. I assume they were wondering the same. I didn't know. They didn't know either. I asked. That's why I'm wondering. So that's pretty much it. It's a murder mystery without a murder. So it's just a regular mystery then. They were going that way. She turns facing to her right in order to demonstrate the direction the other people went as if it was important, then rotates back like a mechanical puppet in one of those overly complicated clockworks. For a person who gives an impression of being the quiet type, Rin really does use a lot of words to say things that don't need a lot to be said. Unsure if she's finished, I say nothing. Neither does Lily, who seems equally robbed of words for the time being. I think the both of us are in fact just scared that any response might provoke her to continue. Our stupefied lack of reaction doesn't faze Rin at all. She keeps looking at us expectantly, a calm hint of expression on her face. She seems to be that kind of person, always so relaxed. As if bull-elephant-grade sedatives are flowing in her veins in the place of blood. Do you have amnesia? I don't recall you having anything of the sort, though. No, I don't think it's that. The other passers-by were probably just worried, though. You do look really lost, the way you're standing in the middle of the street. Oh, I see. Maybe I should have taken some other pose in that case. I ponder for a while whether I should chase this angle further or just give up for the sake of my own sanity. I decided on the latter. It seems that most of the time it's better not to read too deeply into what Rin is babbling about. Talking to Rin is like playing chess with a supercomputer who does seemingly competently random moves as if to mock everything you know about chess. It's like, it's like that, except with human interaction. Oh my god, supercomputer who just randomly does random shit, like, you know, like that new Seinfeld AI that had to be turned off because it did something naughty. Oh, I hope it comes back soon. And even if I win, it feels like losing. Damn, it's just like Kenji said, even when I win, I lose. Is this the power of the girls of Yamaku? I push the thought aside as too dangerous to consider further. Probably just Kenji's anti-female propaganda getting to me during a moment of weakness. Yeah, maybe taking another pose might have worked. Neuro had to be worked on too, lol. Oh dear. So anyway, you have no idea what you're doing here? She frowns, looking extremely displeased at either my question, its consequences, or the answer she's about to give. Neuro's still pretty cool, though. I do have some idea. I can't really tell what kind of an idea. That sounds like progress, at least. Lily sounds as if she spotted an opening for some kind of discernibly normal conversation. I can't say I share her optimism. Yes, there is some, definitely. The rest will come later. I'm sure of it. I always have reasons. The ensuing silence kills Lily's hopes all too visibly. That didn't last long. It's surprising Neuro can actually almost pass as a person. Rin's, as far as I can tell, unbased. Assurance aside, what should be done? We could just leave her to her own devices, whatever those are, but it's late and I don't think we'll be getting any thanks if Rin is found standing here in the middle of the night. Which she probably will, unless she manages to remember what she was doing here in the first place. As for me trying to guess what might have been going on in her mind when she decided to embark on this adventure, the chances seem to be on par with winning the lottery several times in a row. Lily is oddly quiet too. I'd appreciate some support from the sidelines here, especially if she's more familiar with Rin than I am. But it can't be helped. It seems her familiarity with Rin is exactly why she's staying subdued. Oh dear. Oh, it sings now? Jesus Christ. Alright. Why is she staying subdued? So I assume you were going somewhere, not coming back to the school? Any idea where? Her eyes widen in shock and she jolts back in a somewhat artificial way, making it seem like an act rehearsed for situations like this. Are you a mind reader? Is that your disability? How unique? No, but what? Why would you think that? You knew what I was doing. It was just an educated guess. We walked the same street in the other direction just before, just to get to the store. If you were going to school, we would have met you on the way. Oh, she looks a little disappointed. Like Kenji, Rin appears quick to jump to completely irrational conclusions. Maybe it's something in the water here. I make a mental note to stock up on soft drinks. You know, that is the second time this week that someone asked if I was a mind reader. Do I really gotta give off that impression? Rin shrugs her shoulders, which is all the answer I get. She is all shoulders, after all. Maybe you should come back with us back to the school. Lily interjects just as I'm about to further debunk my alleged mind-reading capabilities. She sounds rather concerned, the paper-thin smile on her face badly disguising that fact. Maybe she came to the same conclusion as I did. For everyone's sake, I decided to let the mind-reading topic drop, as it's entirely inane anyway. Yeah, Lily's right. If you can't remember, there's no point in staying here. Rin considers this rather simple deduction for a moment, then nods. Okay. Good. Everyone's back now. We start towards the school again, having wasted way more time than necessary with this episode. Rin walks along the edge of the sidewalk with her a rhythmic way, looking at like a mix of sleepwalker and rope dancer, when Lily keeps one hand on my shoulder, tapping at the ground with her cane. Tap, step, tap, step, tap, tap, step, step, step. Apart from that, and a few fragmented beginnings of conversation, it's quiet. Quiet apart from the relaxing one into town at that. Oh dear. So how's the mural going? We're going to get bad luck. We're going to never talk about works in progress. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Bad luck. Tap, step, tap, step. She doesn't care to talk about it. Lily's politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, step, step. The hill Yamaku rests on top is surprisingly steep going uphill. We slow the pace, but I still feel my pulse rising and breathing getting heavier. Almost there. I can see the gates already. More than that, though, I notice Lily's hand slightly tightens on my shoulder, interpreted as a gesture that she wants to ask something. I speak up. Anything wrong, Lily? I resist the urge to say aside from our travelling companion, but only just. For a moment she seems to debate whether we should even bring it up, but goes for it anyway. Is everything alright? Alright? How do you mean? The fact I can't interpret her incredibly vague question puts her off for a second. It's just you seem unusually tired, I guess. Now that she brings it up, I notice my breathing is strangely heavy. The uphill walk has really done a job on me. Lily noticed it all too quickly. Save the game. There we go. Save the game. 3.5 hours. Game is long. Lily noticed it all too quickly. I don't really want to talk about it. Sorry, I'm not in a very good condition. I don't think I should lie to her. It's alright, I just need to catch my breath. My condition isn't the best these days. Oh. Is it something that is related to you being transferred here, I mean? She cuts herself off rather abruptly, maybe realizing she was being a bit intrusive. Her instincts are sharp though, and while I don't like the subject, it's not like I should lie about it. If it's Lily, I don't think I mind. I'm just a little weak for the time being. Hanako said you look fairly healthy, so I naturally thought... Lily doesn't finish her sentence again, letting it trail off with a measure of concern. As she furrows her brow, Lily's uncomfortable expression spurs me to say at least something to ease her feelings. It's surprising she's this flustered considering her straightforward attitude with her own blindness. She must know that not all share her own comfort about such things. No, it's okay. I have a pretty... I guess the best way to put it would be a messed up heart? Arrhythmia? I've had a bad heart attack a while ago because of it, and, well, I spent most of the spring in the hospital. Ended in Yamaku on doctor's orders. She silently nods her head in acknowledgement. My answer, though, only seems to make Lily furrow her brow even further. She doesn't seem to quite know how to react, given we don't really know each other that well. Can't really fault her for it, given I have the exact same reaction. Well, I do want to assuage your concerns. I don't really want to dwell on this either. Don't worry about it. I try to offer a reassuring smile, but then I realize the futility, because she's fucking blind, you idiot. Without knowing this, Lily smiles at me reassuringly, but doesn't say anything further. Finally back. Arriving at the dorms, Rin stops in front of her mural as if lightning struck her. She has been so quiet for almost all the walk back that I had all but forgotten she was there. She's a bit hard to notice sometimes. It's Friday, isn't it? Get your Rebecca Blacks out. I think I got that. Hang on. It's Friday. I think that's a thing. Hang on. Oh. Emoticons. Yes. Get your Rebecca Blacks out. There we go. Oh, they don't show up on the streams chat, but that's alright. It's Friday, isn't it? Yes, Friday the 8th of June. This is bad. Bad? Why? I think I'm going to go in for a fetal position and throw up. Possibly in reverse order. Oh dear. Why? Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. It's Friday and nothing is wrong yet. This mural, it's going to need to be finished by Sunday, so everything's alright. Do you have any drugs or a time machine? This is not good. Not good. So she's behind her schedule, recalling Shizune's exasperation at Rin's carefree attitude several days ago. I don't know what to think. She's left herself open for a told you so, unless she can pull off whatever she needs to pull off by Sunday morning. Rin keeps staring at her mural, looking as mortified as she can. Leave me. I'm going to need to work for a while. I glance at Lily, expecting her to share an incredulous look with me as I roll my eyes, but then I realize she's not one to do that kind of thing, because she's blind. Leave me. We do, of course, not wanting to aggravate her any more than she already is. There is a churning bad feeling in my gut. Rin sure has a knack for making people feel worried about her. She seems like a person who should never be left alone. Maybe we should call someone? She sounded like she was going into shock or something. I'm sure she'll be just fine. She's just how to say? Lily cocks her head a little, trying to find a polite way of calling Rin crazy without calling her crazy. Unique? Yes, a very unique person. I guess you could say that. She giggles at the notion melodiously, nodding in agreement. Sorry about leaving you stranded as you talk to her. I don't really understand her, so I keep my distance. So my guess was right. Lily offers a slight, apologetic smile as if she was sorry that her own shortcomings had prevented her from becoming closer to Rin. Well, I'm not one to blame her at all. Lily lets slip a long breath, probably a disguised yawn. I imagine she's as exhausted by all this as I am. I'd better leave now. Give these to Hanako. Thank you for the company, Hisao. I can hear the Japanese cicadas. She smiles very sweetly at me. It feels different than normal, despite the fact that she seems to be smiling so often. I can't put my finger on what the difference is. It's just different. Relaxed, I'd say, but that's probably just relief over getting rid of Rin, maybe. Yeah, good night. Say hi to Hanako for me. I will. Good night. Yeah, I guess we'll just leave it there if I get to go to my bedroom. Here we go. Hey, end of chapter. And we'll leave Carter with Shoujo here as well. I think. I think I know what route you're on. Yay, I'm on a route. Alright, I didn't even get to go to bed. Alright, let's save the game. Create new save. And I just gotta see where it is. Support. Okay, so yeah, obviously the one with the longest playtime on it. Let's go to main menu. Are you sure you want to return to the main menu? Says Grumpy Waifu. Yes, I do. Alrighty. Oh my god, it's me. I can't do anything with it. So, there you have it. Holy shit. We haven't finished it yet, but that was Katawa Shoujo. We'll finish it at some point, hopefully. I don't know how long it'll take, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, that's good. I like it so far. I wonder which waifu we'll end up with. I guess we'll have to wait and see. So there you have it. That was Katawa Shoujo, a thing that exists, and I am pretty thrilled that it does, honestly. It's pretty grand, I think.